Audio your mic. There you go.
Okay, for real, y'all. Hey, we are back. It's night four, y'all. We have been going hard for 4 nights. Shout out to everybody who's been rolling this whole time from day one. I know y'all have had, a learning explosion because I know I have. It has been so good. My name is Shanae Washington. I am so happy to be here, and I have somebody new on the red carpet.
Yes, you do. And I am Carolyn Hubert Black, and I am new to the red carpet. And everyone that has been tuning in for all 4 nights, welcome to the red carpet because we have a lot of information that's going to blow your mind. And trust me, it's going to be interesting. Get your pen and paper, take notes because you're definitely going to need to take notes.
You definitely need notes. If this is your first time here, welcome. We are so glad to have you. We have a fantastic night because guess what's happening in about 20 minutes? The illustrious Danielle Winningham is hitting the stage talking about wealth planning. We got tax planning tonight. Y'all need to be on this tax planning for real. We just a few, not even a few, like a couple months out from tax season. You really need to listen to this information. You know what I'm saying? If you need a little moment to go stretch, get some pen and paper, please do it. This information is going to be life changing. What do you think, Carolyn?
It is life training. It's very much life changing, especially, tax season is coming up. Everybody is looking for some type of tax breaks where they can take it, where they can't take it, what you can write off, what you cannot write off. So you definitely want to be in that class, that tax planning class with Coach Darnell Winningham.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, she's going to have her tax professional who takes care of all of her taxes come in at 9 o'clock and talk to us. I definitely want to hear that because I am trying to write off as much as I can this year. I want to refund if I can, if you don't mind. I would love to say you've been refunded this year and I can get a little change because I sure could use it. I'm trying to work on my business and build it. I need to know the right way to get this stuff written out for years to come.
And that's the difference between employee and entrepreneur. Employees pay taxes on the money that they've earned, and entrepreneurs pay taxes after all the expenses has been paid. That's the way I understand it. And when it's like that, your taxes that you're paying goes down as an entrepreneur, which is awesome because you get to keep most of your money.
And I'm all about keeping them dollars. Them folks, them IRS folks, they got enough money. You don't need my change. So I want to keep all my change. What
Keep all
about
your
you?
Benjamins, right?
All my Benjamins. I want to keep
Yes.
all of that.
Absolutely. Keep all the Benjamins. I am so excited about tonight and what Coach is going to be talking about, giving away some gems of some information, as she always does. So if you have not already shared, please share the broadcast because you never know who this broadcast can help. Please share the broadcast. You never know who it's going to help or who's looking for this type of information that is about to drop down.
Yes, and that's a great thing about this retreat. It has covered so many industries when it comes to building wealth. I mean, we've talked about everything from fear fighting to building a recession-proof wig business. We've talked about public relations and getting your business in front of more people. We've talked about recession-proof your loans. I mean, it has been really, really multifaceted, and that's why I have enjoyed it the most. Because a lot of people may have thought like it's not for me. We have at minimum covered 10 different spectrums of building wealth. And that has been just phenomenal, phenomenal, phenomenal. Miss Carolyn, so what have you liked so far? I guess the best. What has been one of the nuggets you've taken away since you've been following along with the wealth planning retreat?
One of the nuggets that I have taken away since the wealth planning retreat is that I'm in the right place
Mm-hmm.
at the right time, considering what we're going through in our economy. And because I know that I'm in the right place at the right time, it's all about sharing that information so people can also be in the right place at the right time. And considering that we're about to go down on another shutdown. So if you have any thoughts, now is the time to get involved with all of the certification programs that you have heard on this recession-proof retreat. Get involved. Are we still, can I give the website? Is it too early to do that?
No.
No, ma'am, it's not.
Okay. You want to go to www.blackgirlprofits.com.
Okay.
Yes, you want to go in there so you can get your tickets to come in the Zoom room. You get the behind the scenes, you get Q&A. You know, you get access to some replays. That's why you want to get your ticket. And it's only $10.20 if you use the code SAVE10. www.blackgirlprofits.com. Use code SAVE10. Even if you feel like, you know what, well, right now this is not for me, your neighbor might need it. I'm pretty sure your neighbor or somebody you know could use this information. I think for me last night, I thought about, we actually talked about life insurance and different aspects of that last night. And that was really eye-opening for me. Just thinking about increasing my coverage, thinking about some other possibilities and things for my family. Actually thought about that this morning and what steps I want to take over the coming months to kind of secure my insurance along those lines. So it's everything. I mean, it's information that you need. I mean, it's really a total one-stop shop in this environment. I always that. Everybody in the audience, we always want to welcome you here. I always re-welcome because I know that we have people that come in at different times. You're at the Wealth Planning Retreat. This is day 4. We still have tonight and tomorrow night, I believe, right? Or is tonight the finale?
I think we do.
We have at 8 o'clock, very shortly, Central Standard Time, we have the legendary, illustrious Coach Donyelle Winningham coming to speak to us about wealth planning. If you have never heard her speak, your life just may not be complete. That's all I'm saying. You need a little touch of Reverend Dr. Donyelle Winningham. She's going to light up the stage. I want you to be ready and prepared in your seats to take some notes. I don't want you just to be out there, just there. I want you active listening, engaging, especially if you're in the Zoom room. Ask your questions. Don't be scared. I guarantee a lot of people probably have the same question.
Absolutely. No question. You should not be afraid to ask any questions at all.
Absolutely.
Because you will get some answers. You will get the answers.
You will definitely get some good answers. Again, please like and share the broadcast. Tickets can still be purchased at www.blackgirlprofits.com. Using the code SAVE10, they're $10.20. I'm telling you guys, that is a steal. Had this not been happening during the time of COVID, the tickets to the Wealth Planning Retreat is way more than this. The fact that she thought enough of us to say, you know what, let me just give them a $10 ticket to come get some knowledge. That is huge. I really hope that you did not take that lightly. That was very, very generous of her to run a 4 or 5 day retreat, and only charge you $10.20 to get in the room with questions. That is a steal.
That's more than a steal. Is there another word? Because that is like unbelievable for $10.20, and you get no wealth of information that you normally would not get no place else but right here. That is more than a steal. And you should share this broadcast because you never know who is looking for what it is that we have in here. Go to www.blackgirlprofits.com, put in the code SAVE10, share the broadcast, share the information. It's only a click of a button. All you got to do is push the button. That's it.
Yes. And you know what? Everybody has done a wonderful, wonderful job. I was just so proud of my sisters and their presentations. I mean, everybody did it in their own right, their own light, with their own flair, and got that information out there. And I was just back there cheering like, go. But let me just highlight this one speaker. Like, this one speaker almost laid me out. You know, I thought my friend was going to come and find me on the floor. She's got the talking so good. It's a lady by the name of Berlin. Oh, baby. Let me tell you, Miss Berlin had showed up and showed out. Girl, I was still drunk the next morning trying to figure Yeah, I was trying to figure out what had happened. She almost laid me out, but it's just been that kind of experience, and everybody has had all hands on deck. It has really been a beautiful, beautiful turnout. It was my very first one. Look, it's gonna be the first of many because I'll get on here and say what I got to say and move on, you know. And I had an awesome, awesome time.
And you know what? Verlin did show up and show out, and she's normally quiet.
She is. But when she hit that stage and she got to talk about, she's a fear fighting coach, by the way, and she started talking, I said, now wait a minute, Miss V. you better wait a minute. And I mean, when I tell you she killed it, she just did a phenomenal, phenomenal job.
Yes. And our guest tonight is going to give you a wealth of information. A wealth of information. When I tell y'all have your ink pens and pen, let me show y'all something. I'm ready. I got my notebook ready. You should have your notebook ready because you're going to need it. All the information that you're going to get tonight is no way that you can retain it all up here. So you're going to have to, hold on, y'all, be ink, pen, and paper ready.
You better show them. And you know what? Take it beyond that. After you take your notes and you get that settled in, take the next step. You know what I'm saying? If it was something that you really liked or something you really want some information, please reach out to the respective parties so they can help you. Even on that notepad, it's not going to help you unless you take action. That's why I want you to, that's why I want you to get here, be an active listener, get what you need. And then not only that, act on it.
Execution. They say knowledge is power. It is more powerful when that knowledge is executed. So you're gaining some knowledge. Don't let it sit in the book and sit on the paper and sit in your head. It's more powerful when you execute what you were given. That makes it more powerful.
Yes, and then I know it's sometimes hard to make choices, but you got the knowledge base now. You've heard from some people who can be trusted in their industry, from a great community. Now, sometimes when you hear this stuff, it's a little bit hard to make decisions because of that. You just feel like I'm not making a knowledgeable decision. We have brought experts to the stage, experts who have came and poured their heart into their presentations. You're not going out here blind. You're coming into a community of women who are very passionate and they love their businesses. So you're making your decision based on a knowledge base that you sat down and acquired. So I want you to remember that. It's not like you feeling like you have to go out there blind. All of this was for a reason. It was more service, than anything. Coming out here to serve the community, give some information that they may not have had the access to, and then also breaking it down and making it palatable so that they feel that they can make a decision. That's what we've been doing.
And you know what? Not only that, when you execute that knowledge and you join us because we are a sisterhood, you have a whole lot of support that's going to help you get to your next level with the leadership of our coach, Reverend Darnell Winningham.
Yes. She is a master at what she does, baby. She is a true master. I'm telling you, I have only been around the community since about June. And when I tell you I have been on a superpower trajectory, y'all, I didn't know my mind could think and move like this no more. And it's been very refreshing. I tell people I'm almost childlike again. I get very passionate. I'm very hungry. I want to take on various tasks because I am intentional about increasing my knowledge base and being involved. We have opportunities at all different levels, from membership to mentorship to even just volunteering. That information also can be found at www.blackgirlprofits.com. It's a whole website that is full of information, and it can service you really at any level. So I encourage you to not only check it out when you get your ticket. Once you get your ticket using code SAVE10 and you get your $10.20 ticket, go back and look at all of those options that are available on that website.
Absolutely. And when you take a look at those options, this is what I want y'all to do. When you look at the options, also take a look at which one of those options fit you. Which one of those options fits you? Because when you select that option and it actually fits you, you're going to be joining the community in that specific field that's going to help you grow. And that makes a
Absolutely.
whole big difference, because you're doing something because you have a passion for it. And that makes a whole lot of a difference when you're in it for the passion of it. So we have a wealth of information, a whole lot of selections that you have the opportunity to choose from. But when you make your selection, make it on what your passion is.
Absolutely. And we have called this a wealth planning retreat. Like, this is just the part where you're getting that introductory. We want you to have a plan. That's the whole thing. So once you get this information, you're going to need some more help to get to where you need to go. Mm-hmm. So we wanted to make sure that we gave you as much information so you have a plethora of choices, to basically facilitate a decision. That's what we're saying. Please, 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 I encourage you, don't wait. You guys seen how catastrophic this year has been. A lot of turmoil. It's been a lot. So for you to sit there and maybe not just take a chance on yourself, I don't know. I think it's highly questionable, because after this, I'm changed forever. Like, I would never look at the world or anything else really the same, from living through this, for one, and then two, being in a community where I look at money and just interactions a totally different way. I've had this opportunity to do that. I encourage everybody to just do some self-reflection. Think about this year and think about where you are. If you are exactly where you want to be, I'll back off. But I guarantee that there is something that you want to do and you are entitled, or you feel like you should have more.
I agree. And my thing is, with everything that has been going on for 2020, you cannot afford not to.
That's good.
You cannot afford not to start making changes for yourself, for your family, and for your children. And this is where that can happen. Consider everything that's been going on, and you're getting this information for $10.20. You cannot afford not to share it. You cannot afford not to take the next step. And like Janae just said, reflect on everything that you have been through for 2020. Where has it gotten you? Where do you want to be? And how you going to get there? Where you at now? Mm-hmm. Where you want to be? How you going to get there? Because you got to have a plan.
Have to.
Yes. I'm excited. We're in the right place, Shanadra. We are in the right place. We're in the right place. And y'all going to be in the right place, because y'all going to join us. Y'all going to join us, whether it's the affiliate program, whether it's the volunteer program, whether it's the membership, whether it's the junior mentorship, or you might decide, you know what, I need the platinum. We have something for everybody. Every level.
Every level. If you're just joining us, welcome to day 4 of the Wealth Retreat. We welcome you here. It is day 4. We are just getting the stage ready for Reverend Dr. Danielle Patterson Winningham. She's about to come out here and talk about wealth planning, and it's going to be good. I haven't heard it, but I know her track record.
It's going to blow our mind up.
And just like Miss Carolyn, look, I'm already right there. And I mean, I don't even got much more room in this thing. This thing is at the very end. So,
but you know what?
Just started this.
I'm on my second book. Coach, you're putting it down. I'm on my second book.
And Ms. Rose just told us, actually, Ms. Rose just corrected us. It's actually day 5 of the wealth planning. The first day we just did a soft lunch. So this is day 5 of the wealth planning retreat, and you are definitely welcome here. Do not forget, the tickets are still on sale at www.blackgirlprofits.com. By using code SAVE10, you can get your ticket for $10.20. That way you can come on in here in the Zoom room and get access to replays. We want you to have that information. We do realize that you are busy. You might not be able to come in and sit and rock with us for, hours on hand. So we want to make sure that you can go back and get that information and listen to it when you're at a quiet place and you can really focus on it. So that's why we stress going to get that ticket so that you can go back and play this information back at a time that's more convenient for you.
Absolutely. It's nothing like replays, because you know what, with replays, you pick up on stuff that you might have missed the first go round. Mm-hmm. Especially like when it's recorded and you got your ink, pen, and paper ready, you can pick up a lot of stuff that you may have missed, because Coach talks, and it's not like she's going to be repeating anything. That's how come it's recorded. So you can go back and listen to it and take notes. Take notes and just join the sisterhood. I'm just giving y'all a heads up now.
It is such a beautiful community. Like, it's no drama. It's just women putting their head down and trying to get it how they live, basically. They out here trying to get this information. I have never met this many women in a positive light at one time ever in my life. Like, I just never have. Like, this many at one time on the same path and got these kind of goals. I just never experienced it. Like, and I don't think I would have thought that I would have. Like, it has been really such a life-changing experience. I am so happy to be a part of this community. Wait a minute. I see a queen then enters the room.
Look at our queen. Look at our leader. Welcome, everybody. This is the Reverend Master Coach Darnell Winningham Patterson. Hi, Coach.
Okay, I think Coach is having some technical difficulties. We're going to give her a moment to get on in here. Hello to all the people in the Zoom room. We rocking and rolling in here as well. I hope you guys are doing fine and having a fabulous night. And I hope you're getting ready to take some notes and get this information going. That's what I'm hoping. Also, too, everyone that's out there watching us on all the multiple platforms, we say hello to you. Please like and share this broadcast. We want to get this out to as many people as possible. It's great information. Don't be stingy. Go on and share with your neighbor.
Right.
You don't want to be stingy.
Exactly. It does. You know what? When you don't share information, you're hurting yourself. It's best to share it so that someone else can be blessed with the information. It's just a click of a button. That's all it is. Just hit that share button and share it to your inner circle, share it to the people that's connected to you on your platform. Bless someone else with clicking the button that says share. That's it.
That's it. If one of our other co-hosts would be here, she would say sharing is caring. She says it all the time. And sharing really is caring. We should be lifting and pushing each other along and up, you guys. Exactly. It really, really takes a village. It really does.
You know what, Sinead, this is what I learned. I've been an entrepreneur for a very, very long time. And it's hard when you are a solopreneur. But when you join a team of like-minded individuals, it makes such a strong difference. So I'm telling anybody out there that is even thinking about it, and you are here, you're in the right place. Don't be a solopreneur. Not when you have a wealthy team of sisters that can support you on your journey of success. That's why we're here. We support each other on our journey of success.
We do, and we are so talented, and we offer so many different services. Like, I feel good now because I know that as I'm starting, I'm going to need some of these services from these sisters, and I don't have to look around. I can just go to my sister and say, hey, I need to purchase some of your services. And I can trust and know that she's going to serve me.
Yeah.
You know, And I think that that's powerful. I don't have to go looking around for anything really. We have a little bit of almost everything in this community.
We do. And it's also a community where you can build up a great referral business because we're all connected. And if I know someone that needs Shenadra services or Shenadra products, and even though Shenadra doesn't know them, but if I give her name and her website and her information, she just acquired a new client based on referral business. So this community has a lot to offer, a lot.
Yes.
And it's so invaluable. You can't get this nowhere else. You just can't.
You can't. Okay.
Okay.
Is that the Dr. Reverend?
That's the doctor. She's in
That's
the house.
The Dr. Reverend. It is Danielle Winningham. It is.
Baby, I was having computer issues. I couldn't hear. It was bad.
Well, we got you now.
We
got you now.
Let's see what's going on because these people don't want to miss this here. We're gonna get started probably in the next 20 minutes, but I want to put a word out because part of the reason we did this summit is so that people could come in and actually sit still and plan their wealth. And it's so unfortunate that many of us don't take the time to sit still and say what's what as it relates to our money. And a lot of times that's the reason that our money is so sporadic. That's the reason that our money is all over the place. And tonight I'm going to offer you some solutions because it's really time out for trying to scrimp and save and live your life. There's a whole nother methodology called Earn More. Can somebody type that in the chat for me? It's called Earn More. And I hear all these budget gurus talking about, don't buy no coffee and drive your car till the wheels fall off and, pack your lunch every day and, eat all these, freeze even the smallest amount of leftovers. Now, don't get it wrong. I'm not a spendthrift. I'm not one of those people that spends a lot of money on ancillary things. I'm not some big brand label guru. But at the end of the day, I don't necessarily believe that life is about nickel and diamond yourself into just heartbreak and heartache. And, not really living. If you want something in your life, I really feel like you should be able to go buy it. Can I get an amen? If you want something in your life, I don't care if it's a particular type of car. I don't care if it's a particular type of shirt. I don't care if it's a particular type of pants, shoes. You can call people materialistic, narcissistic, but life wasn't created for you to nickel and dime. And if you nickel and dime it now, what's going to happen to your offspring? What's going to happen to your next level? What's going to happen to, the things and the people you leave behind? So at the end of the day, I really don't understand why it's such a custom or practice. And I'm not saying be wasteful by no stretch of the imagination, but I am saying that it is important that you plan your wealth and that you live your life and you live your life accordingly. And again, I don't think that it's fair for anybody to ask you, girl, if you don't want a cup of coffee, you not getting your house is the difference between a cup of coffee. That's asinine. That's ridiculous for you to say, because if I work every day, I should be able to go get a $20 cup of coffee if that's what I want. If you're telling me that this $10, really, if you go get to Starbucks, the highest you can get, even if you get a quad and about 18 serves, is about $10. So you telling me a working person that works 40 hours a week is broke because of a $10 cup of coffee? That's a problem. And the coffee is not the problem. The problem is our mindset. The problem is the fact that you would work any job that would cause you to be broke after a $10 cup of coffee. The problem is that you don't see a problem with the fact that Tim and John and Bob be at the same Starbucks you be at, but they don't be broke. That's a problem. It's a problem, the fact that African-American women tend to earn on average $1 million less in their lifetime than they Caucasian male counterparts. That's the problem. The problem is not my hair, it's not my nails, it's not my jewelry. It is the fact that historically we are paid less. That's the real problem. See, don't nobody want to talk about that problem. So I'm gonna ask you guys, if you're here in the chat, I need you to go share the broadcast. If you're watching us live, you need to go share the broadcast. Let me post in my client groups again and tell them come on in, because I did tonight as a gift to my clients to help them understand that if you don't plan your wealth, you won't have any. You got to give your money an assignment, right? You got to give your money a place to go and things to do. So give me just a second. Y'all can go ahead while I'm doing what I need to do. And see, let me tell you something, Shanidra. See, when I be giving my clients free access to this stuff and they don't show up, what happens?
Well, they miss out for sure.
Uh-huh. Then what's the second thing Coach gonna do? People wonder why. You wonder why. He's the greatest dancer. You wonder why. People wonder why. Don't wonder. Don't wonder when all these things are placed at your feet.
Somebody say you don't do it again. You don't bring that opportunity back around.
I don't do it for free. Because see, if you're one of my clients, even if you're in my membership, you got access to tonight and this weekend for free.com. You understand me? So, yeah, the next time I say, go on and pay me what it's worth, because a retreat to this magnitude is thousands of dollars in person, hundreds of dollars if you in a room full of people. So to be able to get this access, it's a real thing. So I hope my clients not only show up for it, but I hope they receive it. Ivani said she in the front row. I ain't mad at you, sis. I ain't mad at you. So, let me tell you something that rich people do. And I can't remember the coach that does this, but I've said for years I was going to do it. I was actually going to do it this year but COVID came. There's a coach that flies their whole team to Hawaii every year, they team and they family to Hawaii every year. And guys, if you're in the room, I need you to go over there on Periscope, Instagram, Facebook, share the broadcast to do business planning, wealth planning, family planning. Last year we did mine in Houston, flew all my team in. Of course, Darius, who is part of my team, he would not be denied. So he flew in too. D. Morris shipped us a cake. And so we end up having this impromptu Christmas party, but it really was for the purpose of planning our fiscal year. And so we're probably going to continue to do that. In spite of COVID, we're going to figure that out. But if you don't plan what you really, really want in your life, and that's what we're going to do tonight. I have a new planner that's launching tonight. I put it on sale for $10. I tell you, I don't care who you are. Even my mama don't get my books. She used to buy my books. Nobody gets my books for free because my books are worth it. And the reason my books are worth it is because they are perpetual. These are the things you need every year to plan your life. So let me bit.ly this link real quick so you guys can get access to the wealth planner. And if you, let me send this to Stephanie. If you purchased your ticket Wednesday or before, you'll get this planner in your email for free. Let me see if one of my people, Chanel, can you ping Chanel to send Stephanie a copy of the planner to send it out?
Okay, yeah, sure.
And it goes to the people who bought their tickets before Wednesday or before. You say, well, Coach, I bought mine on Thursday. Oh, okay. Well, Coach, I bought mine on Friday. Oh, okay. And then y'all can talk while I'm working.
Y'all, I am still privileged. I got to come here for free because that's my coach. So I'm a, you know what I'm saying? I'm a mentee, so I got to come here and it is worth way more than free. You hear me?
Yes, Shanedra is a platinum and I am in the junior mentorship program. And we are honored to be here. I'm so honored to be here. So if you have not already done so, please go to www.blackgirlprofits.com and put in the Save 10 code and please share the broadcast so that you can bless someone else who may be looking for what we have tonight.
Yes, indeed. The code, I think you did mention, Ms. Kelly, it is Save 10. So that way your ticket is $10.20. And then you also to get all the replays. And let me tell you about my coach's publications. They are so fire. They are so fire. It's not stuff that you're gonna get and just gonna put it on the shelf. You know what I'm saying? It's stuff that you can actually pull out every day and implement it into your daily routine. She knows her customers. She knows what we need. She spends a lot of time figuring out or knowing what we need before we even ask her. That's how committed and dedicated she is. So when we get the information that she puts out, it's like, dang, you speaking to my soul.
You know, funny thing about that, one of my favorite authors, his name is Austin Kleon. He wrote the book, Still Like an Artist. And he also wrote this book about how do you keep going even when you get bored and jaded and things like that. But he said he wrote the book for himself. Okay. He said, if you ever are going through something and you can't find a book, then you need to write a book about it. Hold on, somebody's telling me the link ain't working. Let me check. It worked for me. Can you check that link I just put in the chat, Shanedra? Because it worked for me. Oh, okay. Somebody said it's working now.
Okay.
I'm in a session, man. I'm not in a session. I'm trying to find the actual document for you. Mm-hmm. You do not own me, and I'm in the session, Drew. Oh my God. Baby, the people can hear you on this thing.
Tell him that we said hello.
Hello, Mr. Troy.
How you doing, Mr. Troy?
People all over the camera. Baby, is.
Oh, hey, y'all.
Hi, Mr. Troy.
Hey.
He said, you think the internet own you? Look at all the people in there, Troy. And the people live, too. Oh, he's on now, huh? That's enough. You got to run him off, girl.
Yeah, it loads a little bit slow, but it works.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So the link for the planner, if you're here, so I want you guys to have it. If you don't, and if you choose not to get it, you're gonna still be able to follow along. And like I say, $10 for this planner is an amazing price. They all saying, hey, Mr. Troy. So bit.ly/2020 wealth planner. Ms. Berlin, while I'm going through the planner, if you could give out the link for people if they want to purchase the planner as they follow a loan. Now, I do have something for y'all. We're going to go dark at 9:10 because my tax professional going to be in the room at 9:10. If you don't have a ticket by 9 o'clock, you're going to be froze out. So what I do for the world. But when it comes to really understanding how you can build wealth from taxes, when it comes to really understanding why your president don't pay no taxes, why Jeff Bezos don't pay no taxes, and why all of these other wealthy men and some women don't pay no tax. Guys, the entire world is getting rich off the backs of the poor people. I'm going to repeat that again for the cheap seats. The entire world is getting wealthy while you running around. This goes back to what I was saying earlier. While you running around scared to buy a cup of coffee because it's just going to derail your budget. The rest of the world is getting rich. While you running around afraid to spend $1 on something, fabulous, the rest of the world is getting rich. You've got to shift your mindset. And it is the shifting of your mindset that is going to cause you to be able to live wealthy. So again, as I'm going through, if you guys will continue to share the broadcast, that would be great. I'm going to ask all my red carpet hosts to go dark on their cameras because I'm about to record. Hey guys, I hope everybody's doing amazing. So my name is Reverend Dr. Danielle Patterson Winningham. I'm a former JP Morgan Chase Vice President, Master Life and Master Business Coach. And over the years, I've been blessed to be able to generate millions of dollars using the internet, but that was not always my case. And just a little bit about my background. We were so poor when we were little that the church mice used to donate to us. You ever heard that saying, poor as the church mice? Well, we were so poor when we were little that the church mice used to give us money. Hello? And so I was probably 12 or 13 before I realized that you didn't shop for clothes at church. Anybody understand what I'm saying? If you do, talk to me in the chat. Because the church was where we went and got clothes. I probably was 10 or 11 before I realized people came by our house and dropped off food because we were poor. And I mean, they wouldn't drop off no little bit of food. They would drop off sacks and sacks of turnip greens. Of course, we would have to clean them. They would drop off bushels and bushels of peaches. Out of 8 bushels, you know, you have to go through and cut the bad parts off. We canned peaches. We canned tomatoes. We canned okra. We canned vegetables. We did all of this. But we never, ever, ever had a shortage of food. And so I didn't understand and really didn't know that there were people in the world who had way more than we had. There were people in the world who were wealthy. And we didn't know that. At least I didn't know that. And to be honest, I didn't know. And it really didn't make a big difference in my life because we had what we needed to have. Things nowadays are really different because nowadays you can tell who has and who doesn't. But back then, I really felt like everybody was in the same boat. Back then, I felt a lot of people didn't have. So when I got older and learned how to work, and I'm telling you all of these things because it makes a difference. When I got older and learned that you could work for money, I became obsessive with work. I got my first job when I was about 14 years old, which at the time I really was too young, but I got permission, I could work. And from that day until this, anytime I've learned more about wealth and creating wealth, I never let anybody stop me from doing it. When I learned that you could go to a job and if you worked more hours, they would pay you more, I worked excessive amounts of overtime to send my children to private school. When I learned that you could sell cakes and treats and gift baskets and you could cater, I would work obsessively to create these Valentine's Day gift baskets and Mother's Day and Easter's gift baskets and fruit baskets for the holidays because somebody somewhere would pay me. And then came the internet. And I learned that no matter what I had for sale and no matter how much, somebody needs to be with me now because I don't see nobody commenting. Maybe you don't understand what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I came from a place where we had nothing and have moved into a place where having everything is a real possibility. So I don't know what keeps you from having everything. I don't know what keeps you from opening up the box of opportunities. I'm not sure what keeps you standing still as it relates to creating wealth. But once I found out that there were key differences between people who have it and people that don't, I started to model myself after the people that have it. One of the things that the people that have it do, that the people that don't do, is we don't plan. Now, I want you guys to be honest with me. How many of you have ever sat down and planned your wealth? I don't mean created a budget. And I'm going to show you the difference in a minute. I don't mean created a profit plan. I don't mean added up your hours to see how many more hours you needed to work in order to do something for your family. What I mean is that you said, now the word told me I'm supposed to be wealthy. How many of you guys believe that? How many of you believe what the word says? Because see, the word says I'm not supposed to work for nothing. I'm not supposed to want for nothing. Everything I have is within me. I have the power to get anything I want. He will give me the desires of my heart. And all I got to do is ask him for it, look for it, believe for it, and work for it. Why don't we plan our wealth? Because I think somewhere along the way, we're afraid. I think somewhere along the way, we are scared. And if you haven't shared this in every group, if you haven't shared this in every chat, if you haven't shared this everywhere, I need you to share. Because you need to know that this is your birthright. And it's no way you should stop until you have it. There's no way you should pull up until you have it. And if you don't plan and give your money an assignment, then you won't have it. So welcome to the Black Girl Wealth Annual Planner. Hopefully you'll use this beautiful planner. Isn't this planner beautiful? Hopefully you'll use this beautiful planner every year, because as you purchase the planner, we're going to embed the video inside of the planner so that not only do you have this planner every year, you have this video as a stark reminder that you're supposed to have wealth. Okay? So I want to talk to you real quick about your wealth. Your wealth is a garden. You have exactly what you've grown. Now, that's going to hurt somebody's feelings, but I got to tell the truth. Your wealth is a garden. If you don't have any money, it's because you haven't gone out and grown it. You haven't taken the time to build it, to cultivate it, to make sure it's healthy. So going forward, not only are we going to plan for our wealth, but I want to show you tonight how to make your garden more stable. And by the end of the night, hopefully, you'll have a transition in your mindset and you'll be living your life and building your wealth a little bit differently. So your wealth is a garden. Not only must you plant the seeds, but you must take the time and energy to cultivate your wealth. So let's talk about your wealth. Your wealth is not a job. Amen. Your wealth is not a job. See, because God gives all of us land. And you got to work your land in order to generate wealth. When you're at a job, that's somebody else's purpose. That's somebody else's land. That's somebody else's destiny. And you're just a cog in that wheel. So you got to work your land. Your garden, you got to water your garden with knowledge. When's the last time you read a book about wealth? When's the last time you read a book about your industry? You must feed your garden positivity. You guys will sit up and let people talk poorly to you about your ideas, about your purpose, about your wealth, about what you're supposed to have. You let what your neighbor have dictate what you have. You know when they used to say keeping up with the Joneses? We've gotten to the point that we're keeping down with the Joneses because the Joneses are in debt. We're in debt too because the Joneses work a job. We work a job too. So we're no longer keeping up with the Joneses. Y'all need to be posting this on social media with a hashtag Black Girl Profits because we're no longer keeping up with the Joneses. We're keeping down with the Joneses. Everybody doing just enough to get by. So you must feed your garden positivity. You must keep the weeds of negativity away from your wealth. There is nothing that will choke out your wealth like negativity. And it is you and you alone that controls who gets access to talk to you about your wealth. You must keep the bugs of procrastination away from your wealth. Procrastination will eat your garden alive. Procrastination will burn your crops up like nobody's business. A lot of the wealth you don't have is because you, my friend, have procrastinated. I don't see anybody agreeing. So it must not be any procrastinators among us tonight. I don't see anybody agreeing. So y'all must be good when it comes to procrastination. Everything you have and everything you don't have is a result of your actions. You must keep the locust of listening to other people away from your wealth garden. How many times has somebody told you, girl, you don't need to sign up for that coach? Girl, you don't need to go to that workshop. Girl, you don't need to start that business. You don't need to do this. You don't need to do that. And all of it is in your ear, buzzing like locusts, stealing away from you everything God had put to the side for you. You must put your gardening goggles on every day so that you can even see the possibilities of your wealth garden. Some of you, if you could see what I see in you, you would work from sun up to sundown to get them crops to come in. If you could see what I see in you, you wouldn't even go to sleep. You wouldn't even take a bath. You would stay at your desk for days and days, because if you could see what I see for you in terms of your wealth, it wouldn't be nothing nobody could do or say to make you not pursue what I see for you with every bit of being in your body. See, what you got to understand is just like a garden. If you don't show up every day with a plan for your wealth is going to wither away. Just like a garden. If you don't show up every day with witty ideas and inventions about your wealth, your crops will turn to dust, just like a garden. If you don't work your field, till your land, work on your fruit, your wealth is going to wither and die away. So one of the reasons I created this planner is so that you could have something beautiful to keep you consistent in planning to grow your wealth. I tell people all the time that you must give your money an assignment. So I'm going to speak life over you. And I'm going to speak that everyone who has purchased this planner will be so enthused with this planner that you're going to consistently use this planner day over day, week over week, month over month, and that the seed you sowed to purchase this planner is going to go directly into your ground, that the seed you sowed to get this planner is going to be the first seed into your ground, and that it is going to grow and it is going to multiply, because he said, faith without works is dead, and everything you do will be delivered unto you. Not just today, not just tomorrow, but I hope that this planner and the ability to plan wealth becomes something that you and your family make a tradition. We've got to start creating traditions of abundance. I told the story earlier. I don't remember who the coach was, but they say that every year they fly their team and their family to Hawaii to plan the business and their wealth for the year. I didn't make it all the way to Hawaii last year. We made it to Houston, but that's a start. And had COVID not came, I think we were going to be on that private jet this year to Hawaii. But you have to start building traditions that revolve around wealth. You got a tradition to cook sweet potato pies for November. But do you have a tradition to update your wheel? You have a tradition to fry chicken and bake hams for Christmas. But do you have a tradition to sit your family down and talk about what happens if all of us are not here this time next year? We've got to start planning our wealth, because this life is not promised to us forever. So each level in this planner has a specific assignment for your wealth. Some of these assignments you may think about, but I bet you don't have a plan. Some of these assignments, you may have a plan in your head, but you ain't done nothing with it. So the purpose of this planner is to make you take action on those things that will protect, build, and sustain your wealth. Number one, your rainy day plan. Why did I start here? Because the Bible says in this life there will be troubles. The sun can't always shine. There is going to be a day where it rains on your head so hard that you can't even hear yourself think. You don't want to be in the middle of a storm trying to figure out your way out. Hello? You don't want to be in the middle of a storm trying to figure out the money to pay your kids, the money to feed your kids, the money to pay your bills. You don't want to be in the middle of the storm of a lifetime trying to figure out, is they going to come get your car, or are they going to put you out of your house? Think, people. You need to have a plan for a rainy day. There was a Forbes article that said the average person doesn't even have $400 in cash for an emergency. That's an ouch. The average person, if a $400 emergency were to happen tomorrow, the average person would not even have $400 to start to save themselves. Don't you think that's horrible? But if you don't have a plan for a rainy day, then how are you going to get your umbrella out? Now, I will tell you this. God gives you an umbrella. God gives you an umbrella before the rain starts. And what is that umbrella? It's ideas. It's wisdom. It's product ideas, book ideas, service ideas. How many of you have ever had an idea for a business? Yeah. How many of you have had a business idea, didn't do anything with it, and then immediately after you had that business ideas, it started raining? Come on now, I'm going to tell y'all something. The minute you didn't execute that idea, the government stopped paying people. The minute you didn't execute that idea, COVID came and you lost your job. The minute this happened and that happened, you had everything you need to build yourself an umbrella, but you refused. Do you know the easiest way to save for a rainy day? Get you a bank account that you don't have access to. No branch in your city and no debit card. And I want you to transfer minimal amounts of money to that card. Listen to me. I'm a Starbucks groupie. So I choose to either get my Starbucks or build wealth. And I told my friend this. My friend loves Starbucks. I got her a nice coffee maker. So I said, you don't have to do without the coffee. You can make that coffee yourself. Now, what I want you to do is for every time you would have went to Starbucks, transfer $10 to your bank account. Are y'all listening to me? See, this wealth building thing takes some discipline. I'm not telling you to go without the coffee. If you want the coffee, go get the coffee. But let's just say you transferred $10 a day into a bank account and never touched it. By the end of the year, you got $3,650 for an emergency. Is anybody listening to me? You just created a $3,650 rainy day plan. So, how many of you like to eat out? Anybody like to eat out? That's why you got this planner, because this planner is going to make you execute. You need to touch it as much as you touch your bank account. Anybody like to eat out? Since we're not eating out like we used to with COVID, why don't once a day You take that money that you would have spent eating out and put it in your rainy day fund. Why don't you be deliberate about saying, you know what, I'm going to do meatless Mondays, and that $20 I would have spent on meat. See, it's the difference between sacrificing and being disciplined. Is anybody listening to me? There is a difference between sacrificing, a long-term sacrifice, and discipline. I do these things because I want to. Get you a separate bank account for your rainy day plan. When you get a bonus, put 33% in your rainy day plan. When you get an income tax check, put 33% in your rainy day plan. When you make some extra profits in your business, put 33% in your rainy day plan. Are you starting to see now that with a little discipline, you ain't got to be running around with your last nickel and dimes in your hand? Can you see now that with a little forethought, with a little bit of rich strategy, somebody tell them that you're over here learning about hashtag rich strategy. See, because rich people don't wait until it starts raining to know that rain is coming. Let them know this planner is only $10 because it's worth it and more. So right here, you got 12 months to plan. Every month you should be saying, what am I gonna do? Let me tell you what else y'all need to be doing. Y'all need to be keeping some cash in your house. Tell people you want a safe for Christmas. I think that's what I'm gonna do for my platinum clients. I think I'm gonna send them all a safe. Get you 50 regular white envelopes. And every time you go to the ATM, I want you to get an extra 10 or extra 20 and just put it in that envelope until all 50 envelopes are gone. Can somebody just tell me how much money you put in the safe? Can anybody add that fast? You got 50 plain white envelopes. You put 20 in them each time. You just put $1,000 in your safe. Why am I telling you to keep cash in your house? Not too long ago, we ran into situations where ATMs were either running out of money. If you were in a situation where looting was occurring, they was ripping the ATMs out the walls. And then even if you had money in the bank, with a shortage of ATMs, you got to stand in the bank line 2 or 3 hours to get access to your money. Do you trust the banks like that? Do you trust society like that? If I need to get me and my family up out of town, if I need to get me and my family gone, I don't want to be riding around trying to find, what about if the system goes down? Every system is tied to the internet. So if something happens and the system goes down, you're not even going to be able to use your credit card at the gas station. Keep some cash in your house. You see why you need this planner? Stop being so comfortable. A savings plan. Everybody should have a savings account. If for nothing but to just save. You need to stop spending. In a minute, I'm going to tell you what you need to do to make sure that you have extra money to save. If you don't have extra money to save, look for something in your house you're not using and sell it. If you don't have extra money to save, look for a skill that you have that you can go do something and somebody will pay you. If you don't have extra money to save, look for something that you can do for somebody else to make that extra money. Living paycheck to paycheck is not an option, people. It's not an option for adults. Let me say that. Is everybody here grown? Am I talking to some grown people? If you don't have a business bank account, a personal check account, and a personal savings account, that's a problem. You need to have savings. If you're married, you need to have marriage savings. And if you're married, you need to have some money under a rock just in case anything happens in your marriage. There was this movie called Jump the Broom. And in that movie, the woman, the man, she thought he was cheating on her, but he wasn't. He was going through a bunch of financial difficulty. Didn't want to tell her till after the daughter's wedding. Come to find out, all them years he'd been making millions, she'd been putting money up. So they were still rich. Don't ever get so comfortable in any situation. I don't care if you've been married 100 years. This is to say nothing negatively about your spouse. Things happen. People lose jobs. People lose contracts. We lose people. So you must have a plan to save money. Oh, what's this? What's this here I see? A spending plan. Coach, what is that? A spending plan means before you go buy anything, you need to have a plan on how you're going to pay for it. Let me give you an example. When COVID came, I ended up buying, a few freezers for me and some girlfriends of mine. But I knew when I bought them, they were 6 months same as cash. And so what I did was I bought the freezers at Lowe's on credit. But then I came right back and set up a payment to go to Lowe's for $50 a week. $50 a week for 6 months. Let's do the math. Anybody here can afford $50 a week. If you can't, I got a solution for you. But anybody here can afford $50 a week. $50 a week, $200 for 6 months, $2,400, freezers paid off. I needed a new stove. 6 months, same as cash. $1,000 stove, $35 a week. No, I did $50 a week. $50 a week, 4 weeks, $300, 3.5 months, stove paid off. I needed to buy Faith a car for graduation. What did I do? I didn't take that money out of my account. I said, let me go launch something, make me $20,000 or $30,000, go to the dealership and buy her car. I don't buy anything willy-nilly. If it is over $500, I got to have a plan. I needed a generator. Generator, $1,000. I did a pop-up workshop. Had 50 people pay $20. You know, something I learned earlier about money. When you spend it, it never comes back to you quite the way you spent it. If I go spend $5,000 right out of my account right now, I'm going to catch the devil trying to replace that $5,000. So instead of me taking it out of my account, I'm going to go find somewhere to get it from that's not out of my account. Don't be so instant gratification oriented that you can't plan your expenditures. You know when your car is going to need to be replaced. And guess what this does? This puts you in the optimal negotiating position. See, we tend to ignore things until they get too bad. You know your car is messing up. So instead of you going ahead and starting to save some money for a down payment, starting to save some money to pay for the car cash, you wait till the car break down. Now you at the dealership, and who's in control? Am I helping somebody tonight? Now you at the dealership, who's in control? It's Saturday night. You got to go to work on Monday. You don't have a car, and the dealership is in control. You're going to walk away with the highest interest rate, the highest payments, the highest everything, because you have ignored your wealth planning. And instead of understanding that cars don't last forever, refrigerators don't last forever, washing machines don't last forever, freezers don't last forever, things need to be replaced. You should take this spending plan and go through your major expenditures. How old is your refrigerator? It might need to be replaced soon. So instead of waiting until it breaks all the way down and they want $800 to fix it, you see one on sale at Lowe's for $400, you go buy the $400, sell your one that quote unquote still works for $150, $200. You just got a brand new refrigerator for $200. Let somebody else gamble on how long that refrigerator gonna last. Same thing with your car. Your car is worth so much more while it's running. Start looking through your life and seeing what you're gonna need to spend money on before it's time. This is my favorite category right here, y'all. This is my favorite category. And that's your earnings plan. I believe that everybody needs somebody to hold them accountable for building profit. I think that everybody needs somebody to hold their feet to the fire to simply go earn more. Part of your problems wouldn't be a problem if you earn, let's just say, an extra $100 a day. Does everybody think they can earn $100 a day? Yeah, well, if you focus, you can. So if you earned an extra $100 a day, 365 days a year, that's an extra $36,000 a year. Wouldn't that improve most of your life? I'm not talking about how you got to go out there and make millions and millions and millions. Start with $100 a day. There is no excuse or no reason ever to not be earning additional income. We live in a free commerce society. We live in a place where nobody can stop you from selling cookies, candy, lipstick, nail polish. But even better than that, you can sell every idea, every shred of information in your head. Me and my tax professional, Pam Banks, and She's actually doing a text planning session later tonight. We're talking about how you don't have to be the most knowledgeable for people to pay you. You just have to have a little more knowledge than they have. We're so critical of our gifts and our skills and our talents that we sit back and doubt ourselves into debt. We sit back and doubt ourselves into being broke. We sit back and doubt ourselves into having less than, into being comfortable. There should not be a day, week, month that goes by that you're not asking yourself, what am I doing to simply earn more? And if you take it one day at a time, and one day you make $50 more, and then the next day you make $100 more, and then next week you figure out how to make $200, and then the week after that you may figure out, man, well, if I do this, I'll make $400. And before you know it, you have learned to create the wealth you need. But it starts somewhere. Can you make $5? Can you get somebody to buy something for $10 from you? It starts somewhere. And then it builds on it. The same way you got to have a plan for earning and spending, you got to have a giving plan. The first give is always to the Most High. I don't always give in traditional ways. I don't always give it to the church. The way I tithe, you can tell me I'm right or wrong, we'll take it up in hell or heaven. The way I tithe is that I look for people around me that need a blessing. There's a book by Bruce Wilkinson, and it's called God's Pocket. And he tells you that the money you earn is not your money. It is God's money. And then you're supposed to be aware of when the Holy Spirit tells you to sow it into somebody else. You're supposed to do it in quiet, in secret, but you're supposed to do it. This will be the first time I told this story. I saw somebody I know posting an article said, we're going to do some Thanksgivings for some families. Because of COVID, we can only do turkeys. Can I get some help? And I messaged him, and I'm not going to tell you how many turkeys I sent. That's neither here or there. And I'm not going to tell you who it is. That's neither here nor there. But I heard the Spirit say help. So I immediately helped. It was no skin off my nose. I didn't have to go nowhere. I sent the Boyds through Instacart. It was a done deal. But I look for opportunities to sow seed into other people. Number one. Number two, and I want you to be writing this down. Number two, I give to my family because I never had anybody give to me. I want to tell you a quick story about giving to others and being mindful as to what the Holy Spirit tells you about giving. There was a man one day and he was just driving along the street, thanking God for how good God had been to him. And he said he heard God say, you know, I appreciate your prayers, but stop at the next store and buy a gallon of milk. And the man, because he stayed in communication with God, he said, yes, Lord, I hear you. And he stopped at the store and he bought a gallon of milk. He said, Lord, I don't know what you want me to do with this milk, but I hear you, Lord. So Lord told him, just keep driving. So the man took out driving, him and his gallon of milk, and the Lord told him, turn down the next street. So the man, being obedient, knowing the voice of the Lord, turned down the next street, and it was in a bad neighborhood. So the man said, I trust you, Lord. Lord knows I trust you and I hear your voice. So he keeps driving down the street and the Lord says, stop right here. And it was dark outside, y'all. And he stopped in front of a house that didn't have no lights on. And the man said, oh, Lord, I trust you, Lord. And I know there's got to be your voice I hear. And I know you're going to keep me from harm, Lord, because I know you. The Lord told him, go knock on the door and take that gallon of milk with you. He knocked on the door, steady praying. Big guy opens the door. What is it? He yells at the man. And the man held out the gallon of milk and said, the Lord told me to bring you this. The man snatched the milk from him and ran to the back of the house. The man comes back with his wife and newborn, baby about 1 year old. And he said, my wife ain't been able to produce no milk. We ain't had no money for no milk. And we just been in here praying. And we've been in here praying to the Lord that he sent somebody. And we didn't know. We didn't know he was going to send you. But we believe in God for what we need. Next time God moves your spirit to give. But also give to yourself in that same manner. Some of y'all restrict yourselves from your next level because you don't put giving to you on that list. God is telling you, build your business, sow a seed in your knowledge, give to yourself. But you're so busy waiting on signs. You're so busy waiting on confirmation. You're so busy waiting on the money to show up. You're so busy delaying your start. It's not only important that you give to the world at large. It's not only important that you give to your family, but when you start to sow a seed in yourself, a seed of belief, a seed even when you don't know where it's coming from, God is going to bless you enough for you to go back and bless others. So you got to have a giving plan, not just every now and then. Even when it seems like you don't have any left to give. Even when it seems like, and time is great. Going to volunteer at the soup kitchen, that's great. But can you buy a couple of cans of soup? You know, going to visit at the nursing home is great. But can you buy 20 or 30 blankets at $5 and below and drop them off at the nursing home? See, sometimes you got to move. If you want to level wealth and leverage wealth, you got to give wealth. So you got to have a giving plan. Doesn't have to be $1 million. It doesn't have to. Call your local orphanage. Go to Family Dollar with $100 and buy $20, 20 toys at $5 each and drop them off. And see how God starts to move in your life. Oh boy, here go the big R. The same way we don't have money for emergencies. They say that 75% of women do not have sufficient enough money to retire. What's the answer to this? Somebody tell me the answer to fixing your retirement plan. 2 words. Two words. Anybody got them? Absolutely. Earn more. Make money. The same way you're deliberate about savings and spending, be deliberate about your retirement plan. If you don't make a plan to retire early, you'll work the rest of your life. Wouldn't you rather earn more now than try to retire on less later? Here we are again with that compound effect. So remember that same $100 a day I said, make a way to make $100 a day? What if you made a way to make $200 a day? 100 goes into your now savings, 100 goes into your retirement plan. Let's get on our calculators and do a little math. So if you put $100 a day into your retirement account, 365 days a year, that's $36,000 a year times 10. That's $365,000. Can somebody say, wow? Are you listening to what I'm saying? A lot of you can find a lot of that $100 a day between your business, investing in your business, writing it off on your taxes, and taking that knowledge and that investment to make more money. See, you think you're saving money, but not investing every dollar you get into your business. But you're not. You think you're saving money, but you're not. And I can't wait till my tax professional come on here and tell you, you need to be putting that money back into your business, because this is one of the few countries in the world that's going to let you write off what you spend in your business. If you knew the volume of money I put into my business to make money, and I'm nonplussed by it because I know I'm going to get it back. So I put my money in because I know when it's time for me to make my final withdrawal from my business, I can only withdraw what I've put in. That same $100 will get you $750,000 in 10 years. So you got to do the math. And you got to do the work. If you don't want to work for the rest of your life. Now, I had one of my colleagues on here the other night, Aaliyah with Phillips Financial. And she talked about leaving your family wealthy through insurance. Now, you may never thought about that, but it's something to think about. When we think about insurance, poor people, we think about burial policies, having just enough to get into the ground. Let's just say you took that same, we said $100 a day. Let's say $100 a month. Let's say $100 a month. $100 a month is $3 a day. Let's say we took $10 a day. That's $300 a month and invested it in life insurance. Many of us could get a $500,000, $1 million policy. Now, what's going to happen with that policy when we're no longer here? We're going to leave our family wealthy. Your children ain't over there fighting over $5,000 or $10,000. Insurance should be an opportunity for us as a people, us as women, to level the playing ground with generational wealth. So when it's all said and done, you need to get with somebody and have an insurance plan so that you can leave your offspring wealthy. If you didn't do the right things to make the money while you was here, at least do the right things in your passing. Generational wealth plan. Wow. When is the last time you ever sat and thought of how can I make the next generation rich? How can I make the next generation wealthy? Have any of you ever thought of that? I'm listening. I want to hear. Have you ever sat down and said, I'm going to come up with a plan to leave the next generation wealthy? And if you haven't, it's not too late. Especially if you were 50, 60-year-old, just having your kids not going to be 18 and you're going to be 60. You need a plan. You got grandchildren you want to provide for. You need a plan. You got special needs children that are going to need somebody to look after them. You need a plan. And what it boils down to, guys, is we can't just keep sitting around waiting on our 40 acres and a mule. We can't keep guessing how we're going to make sure the next generation is not in the same situation we're in. So some of the things you need to do, number one, if you have a business, you need to have a business succession plan. Who's going to take over your business if it doesn't work out tomorrow? How much is your business valued at? Can your children sell your business? Will your business run without you? All of these things need to be taken into consideration. I'm not talking about just the will. I'm talking about a plan to make the next generation wealthy. See, some of these things, if you sit down to plan them, you'll realize just how much you're ignoring your opportunities. Some of y'all could have been made the money to plan for generational wealth. You can't be scared when the next generation is in the balance. A tax plan. I'm going to leave this one open. And all I'm going to say about a tax plan is that if you don't have the right tax professional on your team, as a poor person, you're going to end up paying more taxes than a rich person. Let me tell you what my tax professional, Pam Banks, have taught me. Pam Banks, now I don't always listen, just like y'all don't always listen to me. So I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm better than. But this will be the first year that me and her actually sit down to plan my taxes. In the past, I've been so busy making money that I was like, okay, I make money, I owe them, let me just pay them. She says, no, baby girl, that's not how rich people operate. Rich people have what they call tax shelters, places that they put their money that is 100% legal, things they do with their money that's 100% legal, that requires that they not have to pay taxes on their money. Everybody needs a tax plan. Stop going to get them fly-by-night tax people to do your business taxes. If your tax professional don't go to school multiple times a year, don't use them. Don't use somebody just because you know them or that they're affordable. When it comes to your taxes, that's the one thing you need to invest in, because not only does the government have the right to come and take your money and freeze your assets, but there's so many legal loopholes as to how you can really build wealth and not owe the government as much. So you got to have a tax plan before the tax year starts. Why did I leave debt-free so close to the bottom? Because the bottom line is that many of you have debt not because you spend too much, but because you don't make enough. Now that should be a wow for somebody. That should have been an aha moment. It's not because you out here buying too much. We talked about it earlier. You should be able to buy those things. You work hard. But what it boils down to is that you don't make enough. So your debt-free plan is simple. Somebody tell me what your debt-free plan is. How do you get out of debt? Earn more money. See how simple that is? When you earn more money, you'll have the money to pay your debt down. We talked about a few tactics tonight. You make that $100 a day, send $50 towards your debt. A lot of it comes down to being proactive versus reactive. You know who you owe. It's not going to pay itself. That $10 cup of Starbucks, baby, that's not going to help you pay your debt down and be debt free. You got to get out there and use your skills and gifts and talents to earn more. And then you can pay down your debt with ease. Succession planning and business continuity planning. Everybody under the sound of my voice should have some type of residual income that will continue if something happened to you tomorrow. It's like an insurance plan for your business. And you probably need business insurance. Running a business and you're the only person that knows how to run it, and your offspring don't know how to run it, The people that work with you don't know how to run it. All of that is a recipe for disaster. You need to sit down every month and work towards how will your business continue. And not just if something happens to you. What about the point in which you're tired of working? Because just like you have a retirement plan from your job, you got to have a business continuity plan or a succession plan for your business. Nobody wants to work forever, and nobody wants to run their business forever. So you got to plan for that. These next two are really all about your vision for the future and planning the things that you feel like you got to have. Let me show you. First up, we got the U plan. Don't go through this life and not do something for yourself. You need to write down what that thing is. I remember in a money mindset class I did, the lady said she wanted to take a trip to London. And she never even priced it. She was able to price the trip to London, call and get the interest rate lowered on her car, take the difference between what she was paying on her car, pay off her trip to London, and go. A lot of times we're so busy saying we can't afford that we don't look for opportunities to either reposition our wealth or earn more money. And the mass majority of these categories we've talked about, earning more money will solve the equation. The same with your life plan. How do you want to live your life? When do you want to retire? Where do you want to retire? You can't wait until you get to 65 and say, well, I really would love to retire in the Tiki Islands. You need to be looking now. You need to know how much it's going to cost to live the way you want to live when you retire. You need to know how much it's going to cost to live where you want to live, how you want to live. If you don't want to work anymore, you need to be working on all that now. And again, the answer to that is earn more doggone money. But have a plan. Have some numbers. Give your money an assignment. Stop waiting until the 11th hour to have a plan for your money. Living your life by default. The same with the college plan, whether it's for yourself or for your children. You need to be looking for scholarships, making sure if you don't have the money to send them to school, making sure they understand the financial responsibility of going to school, making sure that you've taken advantage of all the grants and all the opportunities. Maybe they need to go to a college school, a community college for a couple of years and then graduate from a state college. Stop trying to live like the Joneses, because the Joneses are in debt. And if you're going to school or your child is going to school for something that they don't need a degree for, you need to ask yourself and ask them why. I know a whole bunch of people that will exchange their student loan debt right now for $50,000 cash. I promise you, if they had to do it all over again. The family plan. Just like you need to know your hopes and dreams and have the finances for that, everybody in your family, from your husband to your children, there needs to be a plan for the family. How long will you help them? When do they have to help themselves? All of that needs to be in your plan. Because if not, you're going to spend your life helping your family and you're not going to have any time left to help yourself. And everybody needs to understand that. Same with your housing plan. Stop living by default. Have your down payment. Know what programs are available. so that when the housing market is great, you buying a house instead of buying a housing market and getting less house for your money. And if it requires that you even move to another city or another state to get you a house, be flexible. Why would you live somewhere where you will never own a house? Why would you live somewhere where you're paying so much money in rent and bills that you can't even see the next level? This country at this point is too transient. Transportation is too affordable. It's too easy to get around. It's too easy to go see people. Stop being so tied to your roots that you don't see that people in some parts of the country just do live better. And while you spending $2,000 and $3,000 of rent, is somebody somewhere with 5 times your space spending 5 times less to own their house. And if you, again, guys, these are the things that if you don't sit and think about them, you'll do them by habit just because it's what you've always done. Same thing with the transportation plan. I ain't never been one to buy no car brand new off the lot. I'm gonna let Miss Daisy drive it for about 5,000 or 10,000 miles, and then I'm gonna go get it once it's lost its value. Stop letting these dealerships charge you $50,000 for a $20,000 car. Remember that $100 a day? $100 a day, $3,000 a month for 12 months. It's $36,000. Did I do that right? For $36,000, you can go buy get any car on the dealership lot you want. Because if you go to the dealership and let them finance your $36,000 car, they're gonna put you on $500 or $600 payments a month. For a ton of months. That I've seen cars nowadays got 72-month payment plans. I'm like, what? That car could be broke down by the time you finish paying for it, and that's their game. You want a car in 3 or 4 months, you got to go back. You got to be upside down. Now you owe more. No. Discipline people and the ability to earn more money. Last but not least, we talked about it earlier, the cash plan. You need to have some cash in your house at all times. I don't care if it ain't but $20. That $20 you need to go get some gas in inclement weather. That $20 you need to go get some groceries when the ATMs go down. That $20 you need to send the kids off with some lunch money. Stop being so dependent on these debit cards and credit cards that you don't have enough cash to move your family around. Remember what we said. Get you 50 white envelopes. Every time you go to the ATM, take out an extra 10 or 20. You don't even have to put them all in one place. Stash them all around your house. And remember where you put them. So that in an emergency, you're not moving like the masses. And we've all, through this whole thing, we've said, okay, everything you need is caught up in earning more money. Apparently, if you're not already earning more money, you probably need some help. Go to bit.ly/Black Girl Profits Call schedule a call with me and my team. Start somewhere on this road to earning more money. Start somewhere on this path to building wealth. Start somewhere, changing your life around. Remember, if you could have done it by now, you would have done it already. So don't keep waiting till tomorrow to do what you should have done yesterday. All right, red carpet. If you haven't already gotten that planner, guys, you can get your planner for only $10 at bit.ly/2020 Wealth Planner. If you bought your ticket Wednesday or before, you should have got a copy of it in your email tonight. All right, red carpet.
That was awesome. Thank you, Coach. She gave a lot of gems. I hope y'all wrote them down because I was sure enough writing them down. Hey, Trinasia.
Y'all can't tell me they won't fire.
Hey, let me tell you something. It was off the hook. Look.
Hey.
I was writing. I hope everybody else was writing.
Off the hook. Now remember, if you purchase your ticket Wednesday or prior, you get that awesome journal for free. However, you can also still purchase the journal. Let me get that link for you guys.
That link is bit.
You can purchase that fire journal at bit.ly/2020 Wealth Planner. You can get your own personal copy for $10.20. Go over, get your copy. I can't wait till I get mine. I'm ready to start working on mine tonight.
Yes. While she was talking, I was trying to place my order. While she was talking. That planner is awesome. And it does make you sit down and think. It puts you into thinking mode of things that you probably never thought about. And she gave quite a few good gems that I hope everybody paid attention to, especially when she told you how to keep money in your house with the 50 envelopes.
You know what? I'm going to get my 50 envelopes tomorrow for real. And let me tell you, I am one of those people who never have cash. I don't. I never have cash. I am one of the people that rely on the debit card, especially since COVID, since I'm not going nowhere. I'm in the house all the time. I'm not having to pull out a wallet. I'm not having to do any of that. I just never have cash. And that was so eye-opening. I'm going to get 50 envelopes and I'm going to get $100 in 20s tomorrow. That's on my to-do list. I just wrote it down.
And you're just going to drop them in there. Just drop them.
I'm going to drop them in there. So tomorrow, I'm going to already have 5 envelopes out the way. I'm only going to have 45 envelopes after tomorrow. It's my to-do list. Before I start working, I'm going to the ATM. And I'm going to stop by that store up there and get me a pack of envelopes. And I'm already be 5 down in the morning.
That's awesome. You know what I got out of this? When she gave us the gem on when you want to go and buy a new vehicle, like that would be me. What she said, that was all me, but she just gave me the gem on what to do to pay for the vehicle that I plan on getting straight cash, so I don't have no payments.
Yes. And see,
that was awesome.
I'm a leasing queen. Like, I don't buy vehicles because I do know that within 3-4 years they start tearing up on you. So I'd rather just have my ride for 3 years, switch it out, and go on like that. But I even started to kind of think about it a different way when she started talking about purchasing those vehicles. Because she's right. After 72 months, baby, that car gonna be broke down. It's gonna be a hoopty by that time, and you still paying, a note.
That's true. That's true. So that was a gem for me as far as how do you do it, because I don't go to the dealership and buy new cars anyway because I know that it loses its value. So I go there looking for a car that has already been driven, have about 15,000 miles on it. But what she just told us tonight, I'm doing that. So I don't have a car payment.
Girl, that is good. And do you know how much extra money you can have around not having to pay a car note?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
It's
That
lovely
is,
not having one.
look, I'm not as fortunate. I still got one, but I'm thinking about it different. When this time around and it's time to get rid of my current vehicle, see, I already got some knowledge. I'm going into that thing different.
Yes. The other thing I got was when she said, open up the box of opportunities.
Mm. Mm. And look, we have somebody in the room, Miss Naketra Brown said she just did it. She don't have no car payment.
Awesome.
That is so awesome.
Yes, it is.
Oh Lord, look, Chanel say not a hoopty, but facts. You know, 72 months, these old cars, some of these parts come from some parts of the world, and that stuff don't be right. Tearing up. Yeah.
It is. It is. But you know what? I'm going to get my planner. It's going to make me sit down and think. And I'm going to sit with me and my daughter and my son with that planner.
That is awesome. I believe our next speaker is getting ready. And I believe this lady talks about passion. I hear she's pretty good at what she does.
Okay.
I think she's ready.
Ready?
I think so. Do we have a Miss Chanel Blackmore in the room?
No, y'all cutting up. Y'all cutting up. Hey, guys.
Hi, Chanel.
Hey, Chanel. Hey, Carolyn.
Hey, sister.
Look, I had to get myself up off the floor because this whole wealth planning thing, man, if you don't have the mindset to understand that everything you do has to have a plan and a purpose, Coach said you got to give it an assignment, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Joanne. So Coach said you have to give it an assignment. And, you know, I grew up in the church. And in the church, they say all the time, write the vision and make it plain, right? So he that readeth can run with it. So if you are planning for your man, Tisha, that's your area. If you're planning for your retirement, like Keita talked about, whatever you're planning for, if you're not planning for your wealth, who's running with the plan to make you wealthy? It's just one of those things that you have to be intentional about. It's just been a good week, man. The speakers have been amazing. Coach just dropped the bomb. Why I gotta go next?
Mama, you're
I think you got it. I think you got it. I'm ready.
Think so?
I'm ready.
Appreciate that. I appreciate that. So, you know, I'm just super grateful to just be allowed to have a space on this platform to even discuss and, you know, talk about things that have to do with your passion and your purpose, because it is this one area of life that people just don't understand. They don't understand that without purpose, without passion and desire for your assignment, it leaves you so empty at these corporate jobs, especially when they're not giving you the opportunity. They're taking your creativity and they stealing your ideas. It just leaves you bereft. Like, what is next for me? What can I do differently? So yeah, passion and purpose is extremely important. So I want to thank Coach for allowing me to have this opportunity to speak to her tribe and to share this platform and to just really talk about, you know, how your purpose can really make room for you.
Okay, Miss Blackmore, you have the stage. I'm going to be back here ready.
All right, well, let me go and pull my stuff up. All right, I'm going to share my screen. We're going to get this show on the road. So once again, guys, thank you so much. My name is Chanel Blackmore. I am the founder of Just Be More Coaching and Be More Ministry. And what I want to talk to you tonight about is making sure that you recession-proof your check by finding your purpose. And a lot of you guys probably don't even know that your purpose is lost. You haven't looked for it. Maybe you haven't even thought about it, but it is there. It is the one thing that is going to help you secure the bag. I know y'all talk, are they still talking about the bag? I don't know. But it will help you not only be able to be financially stable, but it will also do something for your spirit. It will fulfill you. It will allow you to go through life moving differently. And we're going to talk about that. But before we get into that, I want to offer you guys a free gift. The only thing is you have to wait until the end of the presentation to get your free gift. So at the end of the presentation, I'll give you guys the link so that you can download this freebie that I have for you. But I want to talk a little bit about COVID. COVID-19 has shifted and changed the world. You know, even before COVID, you had to have been somewhere asleep like Rip Van Winkle, or somewhere with your head in the sand, not to understand that people were being laid off, people were being fired. There were job losses that were happening every year. I can remember at the last job that I was on, they laid off 78 people in 1 month. 78 people in 1 month. That is just an astronomical number of people who were not prepared, who did not know that the next couple of weeks they would not have a paycheck. That can be scary. And maybe this thing, maybe the layoffs and the firing, maybe it even happened to you. But since COVID, you cannot ignore the ways that jobs are being lost at the drop of the dime. Unemployment is at a record high. And I know that they've been giving everybody unemployment checks, but they're even cutting those. It is almost like the system is set up for us to fail. And who knows, your job may be next. Hopefully it's not. But don't you think it's wise that you protect yourself by preparing for what is possible? There are many ways that you can make money. Part-time jobs, I can remember that when I was looking to do something different, if one of my children wanted to take up a sport, or maybe they wanted to do cheerleading or something like that, that would be my first thing. My go-to is, let me go find another job. Let me go see where I can make some money. Not understanding that there are so many other ways other than a part-time job that you can make money. Maybe you wanted to go and look at a multi-level marketing company, like, Mary Kay, or I've done Mary Kay, or, passion parties, or maybe you sold jewelry in an MLM company. That is a great way to make money. Or maybe you decided you wanted to make candles, or I used to make bridal shower baskets and wedding night baskets, Easter baskets, whatever kind of basket. Listen, I was a hustler. If my kids needed something, if the rent was going to be short, I understood. I had enough hustle in me that I understood that there were other ways to make money. But here's the thing. You might have seen other people doing that. Maybe your best friend is making great money at her part-time job, or maybe somebody is making great money with Mary Kay. But here's the thing. Everything that you see somebody else doing, that may not be your assignment. Maybe the person that's selling Mary Kay, it lines up with her purpose. And that doesn't necessarily mean that that's what you're called to do. I think a lot of times we get so confused by looking at somebody else's field. We see lemons growing in their field, or we'll see wheat, or we'll see them harvesting corn. But then we look at our field and we wonder, what could we possibly grow? So maybe you go and borrow a seed from your neighbor's field and you plant it in yours, but the soil isn't right. So it doesn't grow. So as you're looking around, seeing what other people are doing to make money, that doesn't mean that that is for you to do. So that's when you have to start to look inwardly. Because when you look inwardly, you begin to understand that the way I'm built is not the way that she's built. So I can't go and step into her shoes and think I can make money the same way. That's not how any of this works. You have to understand that your giftings and your purpose and your talents are uniquely, digitally designed for you. There is this saying that people used to say, what is for me, it is for me. I know y'all done been to church, y'all heard that. That means that I can't look at Coach Donielle and say, I should be a business coach because she's making great money being a business coach, so I'm going to do that. Well, I'm not called to be a business coach. It's like putting on clothes that's too big for you or putting on shoes that's too little for you. It doesn't fit. You've got to find something that lines up with what you were called to do. Not all of us are called to sing the solo on Sunday. Don't do it. If you can't sing, don't get up there and sing on Sunday. It's not your calling. That's not your gift. You've got to figure out what your gift is. So what is that? What is purpose? Purpose is your destiny. It is the culmination of every single thing that you've been through. The bad marriage, the breakup, the nights with the lights turned off. Don't look like y'all ain't never had y'all lights turned off. If you haven't, hallelujah, I have. It is the repossession of the car. It's the being passed over from promotion. It's all these things that you have gone through, experiences, the hurt, the shame. That is not for nothing, y'all. I don't know where we have gotten the idea that just because we have gone through a rough time, that we've wasted time. I can remember thinking with my first marriage, I was married for 11 years before I married Mr. Ray. Hey, boo, I know he watching. And I can remember thinking, man, at the end of this, you know, when I found out all the things that I was going through, I'm like, man, I wasted 11 years with this man. I wasted 11 years with this joker. I could have been doing so. I could have had a VA, y'all. But you know what those 11 years taught me? It taught me several lessons. The most important is I've used those 11 years as a training for myself. It helped me to understand, number one, what I wanted. I knew I didn't want to live the life that I had been living, right? I knew that there was something better for me than what I had seen in those 11 years. It made me hungry for something better. So I took all those trials that I learned in those 11 years and I put them to work for me in this marriage. And not just in the marriage, but even the job that I worked during those 11 years, understanding my value, knowing how to speak and ask for what I wanted, knowing how to pray, because it ain't nothing like a bad marriage that will teach you how to pray. Pray that he don't come back, pray that he gone about his business. It'll teach you how to pray. So all these experiences, all of these things, all lead you to the one thing, and that is you becoming who you were destined to be. See, we don't understand that destiny is not something that is just happenstance. You don't stumble into your destiny. Your destiny is something that has been decreed before he said, let there be light. Once you have an understanding that he uniquely placed you in this time, in this season, to experience everything you've experienced, because there is somebody on the other side of your trial and your tribulation that needs you. They need your wisdom on how you came through that bad marriage. They need your wisdom on how you overcame at that job, how you submitted yourself under a boss that stole every idea that you ever had, and how you gracefully walked away from that job into your next level. See, you don't understand. None of that is for waste. The word says that he will give us beauty for our ashes. All those dreams that you thought you lost, everything leads you to your destiny. Purpose is a gift from the Most High. He has definitely, distinctively created you to do all that you know how to do. And you think that, your gift of administration, when you're in the board meetings and you hear them talking about a problem and you've got that problem in your head and you've already got the answer before they can even articulate what they need, that is a gift. That is something that he gave you. something you don't have to work hard at. Everything that he's giving you, your talent, because your talent and your gift is different. I'm going to say that again. A gift from the Most High is different from a talent. Your talent prepares you for the gift. It's the thing that rides along. It's your gift's ride or die. You can't have a great gift without the talent to bring that thing into manifestation. So all of these things that make you who you are, they came from your creator. And he didn't give you somebody else's gift because you wouldn't know how to handle it. There's no way I could handle 50 clients asking me to teach them how to build a business, or 50 clients coming to me talking about, can you teach me sales? I can't do that. It don't fit me. It's not for me. So when we think about what our gifts are, we got to know and trust the Most High that he knew what he was doing when he gave them to us. Purpose is that thing that will provide for you, that will sustain you no matter what. Even the Messiah, the Jesus Christ, he had a gift. And I'm not saying that it wasn't his blood that he shed on Calvary. That's not what I'm talking about. But the word says that he made tables and chairs. He was a carpenter. That was a gift that his father showed him, brought up in him, so that he could do that. For what? To sustain him before he went into ministry. We just get so deep, y'all, that the truths that's on the pages go right over our heads. What is it that you've been doing since you were young that's going to make room for you, that will sustain you? I guarantee you there's something there. You just don't know how to find it. So how do we get confused when it pertains to our purpose? What gets us all confused? Well, life does. Purpose can sometimes be buried under our trials and tribulations. I just told you that all of that was for your good. You know, we like to quote Romans 8:28, but we forget about 29 and 30 and 31, where it says that all things work together for our good, for whom he predestined. Y'all, you were predestined to go through the things that you went through. Why? Because those things are going to help the people that are assigned to you. If you ever just sat down and thought about how many people are dying in the streets, y'all, and not a physical death, maybe it's a financial death, maybe it's an emotional death, or their relationships are dying in the street because when they needed you, you were not there to meet them. You were not there to connect with them, to help them get to where they needed to be. That is what purpose is. It is figuring out what it is you were called to do and being there in that spot for those that were called for you to help. Don't y'all know that purpose is not about you? I'll wait till y'all catch up. I know you think that this whole making money thing is about you because you and your family, you, Joe, your four, and no more. It's about the other person. That when you can solve a problem for them, when you can set them free and help them be delivered, they'll be so appreciative that they'll pay for your services. That's what your gifts will make room for you mean. Purpose doesn't start out perfect. What does perfect mean anyway? I think a lot of times, you know, we as believers, we get that term messed up. Perfect does not mean everything is in its proper place. Perfect simply means that before you start on this journey, that you are whole. What do I mean by that? That means that in my mindset, I understand that I have a destiny. In my mindset, I understand that there's a place that I'm trying to go. I understand that in my mind. So as I'm moving towards my destiny, everything I need, not perfection, but everything else that I need lines up for me because I am flowing in the way and in the direction that the Most High has me going. That's when you know you're on the road to purpose. When you go over to the left and things start falling out of place, you know, okay, I'm not supposed to go that way. But the minute you get back on track, everything flows, abundance, creativity. the right connections, the great ideas. It's all about understanding that before you even get started, nothing has to be perfect, but you do have to have a mindset to get to your destiny. You have to have a desire to stay on track. And that's where help comes in. If you don't have help to see where you're supposed to be going, you will get off track. You'll start picking up other people's purpose as if it's yours. A lot of us have stood by the wayside and delayed our destiny because we picked up somebody else's purpose. You decided that you were supposed to be the vice president of a company, and you had to fight tooth and nail to get there. And it would have been a lot easier had you sat back and said, I need to know what it is I'm supposed to be doing. A lot of us then got in the pulpit and almost been crushed under the weight of that stress, not knowing that he didn't design us for a traditional pulpit. Our pulpit is somewhere else. We have to start to think outside the box when it comes to purpose. It's not some easy connect the dots. You've got to have help. You got to understand your giftings and how you were designed. You have to start to understand that you were created for more. And that's the beginning of finding your purpose. So what's the commitment look like? Well, the first thing you got to do is that you've got to put yourself first. You got to start to think as you sit at your desk, because tomorrow, Monday, y'all, some of y'all going right back to that desk, to that boss that can't do anything without you. They need your energy. They need your ideas. You got to start bringing, I can remember, Lord, I was so tired of bringing coffee and cookies and pie. I'm like, oh my goodness, when am I going to see a return on my investment? I don't have no more ideas for them to take. So you have to start to put yourself first. What does that look like? It looks like sitting down and taking time to figure out what it is you like. During my first marriage, I think I liked everything that my ex-husband liked. And it wasn't until we got divorced that I realized I didn't know who I was. What Betty Wright said, you can laugh. It's just that you know me and I don't know. Listen, it's almost as if we lose ourselves in our jobs, and we lose ourselves in our marriages, and we lose ourselves as our kids' mother. But after all of that goes away, what do you have left if it's not you? You have to start to understand and try to figure out, when is it going to be my turn to hope again, to dream again, to figure out what I'm supposed to be doing? You've got to put your purpose first. It must become the most important thing to you. Why? Because your legacy is tied to it. Your destiny is tied to it. Your children's legacy and finances is tied to your purpose. And when you're lost, they're lost. Because if they can't see you moving in your purpose, they'll never have an idea how to find theirs. What we can't do, number 2, is afford to procrastinate. We want to call, we want to pray about it, we want to talk to the bishop about it. The bishop didn't make you. Don't inbox me and don't tell your bishop I jump fly with y'all. Pastor, don't call me. But some things you have to know for yourself. You pray for yourself. You get into the presence of the Most High and you ask him, what is it you would have me to do? He'll answer you. And you don't need a whole prayer team to help you get into his presence. You simply walk into his presence and you ask him. But what you can't do is sit around and wait. Because I'm going to tell you something. This whole COVID thing, this whole job situation is not going to wait for you to find your purpose. That's something you've got to decide to do, and you've got to do it quickly. And then here's the third thing. You've got to be willing to invest. And what do I need to invest? Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. What does it mean to you to finally be able to work from home? What does it mean to you to finally be able to be in business for yourself? What it mean to you? What is it? What is the value of it? Being able to stay home with your children and build a business and leave them a legacy. What would it mean to you to be able to feel as if you are fulfilled? You can determine the cost. It's like the woman with the alabaster box. She knew the value of her oil. Do you know the value of yours? So what happens when you fail to find it? When you fail to find your purpose, you spend the majority, if not the totality of your life working for somebody else. What does that look like? It looks like you go into a corporate job where you're a CEO, or maybe he owns the business, but he and his family take trips yearly while you work during the holidays, while you work for spring break, while your children are at home waiting on you to get home. And by the time you get home, you don't have anything left for them. You can barely have enough energy to make dinner and make sure they take a bath. I know what that is. I know what that feels like, to work from dark till dark and leave everything at the job and have nothing for my family. When you don't know your purpose, that is what you are destined to do. Not something that the Most High created for you, something that someone else with a vision created for you. It looks like spending your life with minimal pay. Y'all know how it is on these jobs. They don't want to give you a raise. They don't want to give you what you're due. They always find something, some little small thing. Well, you did X, Y, and Z, great, but you know you were late twice, so I can't give you a raise. Or the company didn't do too well. We only made $93 million this year, so we really can't afford to give you that 5% raise, or that 1% raise, or that 0.5%. Whatever the numbers are, they're not in your favor. Or maybe not finding your purpose will leave you unfulfilled. And for me, I think that's the worst of all three. Wandering around this world aimless, not knowing what it is you could do, not knowing your potential, not knowing that you have a superpower, not knowing that you were created in the image of an almighty God who gave you his likeness and his image. We get that twisted. His image is what he looked like. His likeness is his characteristics. So you have to start to ask yourself, what is his characteristics? He's a creator. He's all powerful. He's faithful. He's decent and in order. When you look at him, you should see a reflection of yourself. If you are not fulfilled, you are not creating. You're not dominating in this world because he gave you dominion. Do you know that? And how do you get to the place where you dominate, where you're doing the things that you know you're supposed to do? It is this feeling, y'all, that you get when you know that you are doing exactly what you were born to do. It is a feeling like no other. I want that for y'all. I want you to understand what that feels like, to truly dominate in your lane, truly excelling in your purpose. It is a feeling like none other. And you could have that feeling. Just got to find your purpose first. So your purpose has an expiration date. What does that mean? That means that you need to find it before the next emergency. Do you realize that if you were working in your purpose, I keep telling you, your finances are tied to your purpose. Your legacy is tied to your purpose. If you were already working in your purpose, you wouldn't have to worry about job loss. But if it happens before you're ready, it's going to be an issue. Or if your children are ready to go to college, And that's the worst conversation you can have, is that we don't have money for it. Or we can't afford for you to buy books. Or we can't afford for you to go to college all out of state. Or we can't afford to help you. That's a hard conversation. You want to find your purpose before you're old and tired, before you stop believing in yourself. Because I gave up on the system a long time ago. This system is not designed to help you find your purpose, to help you be great, or to help you find wealth. You've got to work outside of the system. And if you are already at this point where you're uninspired, you don't have any creativity left, you're going to need some help. You need to look for your purpose before you give up, before you stop dreaming, and before you settle for a life that's beneath you, before you settle for a life of part-time jobs to make ends meet, before you settle for a life of going to work every day to a job you hate. Settling should not be an option, not for any of us, not for any of us that's created in his image. So your purpose is foolproof. That means it works if you work your purpose. It will provide for you. It will make money for you. Everybody you see, Bill Gates, Oprah Winfrey, every millionaire you see, they had a purpose and they walked in that purpose, and that's how they got their wealth. It is worth it for you to look for it. And it is your birthright. There is not one of us that is under the sound of my voice that the Most High has not given you wealth as your birthright. And we say it all the time, oh, I'm a child of the king, but you living like the child of a homeless person. I'm just telling you, don't inbox me and get mad at me. Read your word, it'll bless you. How can you have those things if you don't know who you are? And knowing who you are is the first step toward understanding what your purpose is, knowing how you're wired, knowing how you're designed, what you're created for. He didn't hide any of that from you. You've just been busy working in somebody else's field. You've just been busy trying to work somebody else's purpose. But if you stop and look at your own life and those things and take the time to figure it out, not only will you discover your birthright, your purpose, it will begin to produce for you much fruit. So don't y'all think it's time for you to take a moment to find your purpose? Listen, I said a lot tonight. I get it. Some of it was good, some of it was a little heavy, but all of it should make you begin to think. I need to have a conversation about safeguarding my future. I need to have a conversation about figuring out how the next 5 years can be very different from the last 5 years. It all starts with a decision from you. If you decide that you want to go ahead and really, really take this journey seriously and look for your purpose, find it like you're trying to find everything else, like a sale at Penny's. Is JCPenney still open, y'all? But if it's something that you want to do, you can connect with me. I put the link up for you, bit.ly/talk to Chanel. Give me a call. Let's have a real conversation about your next level. Because here's the thing, and some of y'all might not even know it, but you do have a next level. There is greater for you. You just need help to find it. Now, early in the presentation, I told you that I was going to give you a free gift. And without prayer, you can't find your purpose. So if you go to bit.ly/purpose prayer, I'm going to give you a free journal to help you. It's a devotional to help you pray so that you can kind of figure out, get in his presence and figure out where you need to go next. So if y'all have any questions, I don't know if we do Q&A, Coach. Dream Team, pink carpet.
Yes.
Girl, you do you.
Well,
No,
if you have questions, we can ask some. I can answer some questions for
go on, Mr. Blackmore.
them. Coach, you stayed the whole time.
I did.
Coach, do y'all have any questions?
What I will tell you guys is this. A lot of y'all are looking for purpose in all the wrong places. And we've been conditioned as a society to follow the leader.
Mhm.
But you can't follow nobody where God meant for you to go first. There's people out there waiting to follow you. They said, can you give them the link again, Chanel?
For the call is bit.ly/talk to Chanel. And the prayer journal is bit.ly/purpose prayer. There's not any questions.
They said that was great.
Oh, thank you kindly. I know what that feel like though, walk around here not knowing what I'm supposed to do when everybody else is closed. Trying to figure it out.
Wearing shoes that don't fit.
Uh-huh.
That's what Sade said. It hurts like brand new shoes.
Yep.
Can you
Yep.
pay them over for me, Chanel?
Hmm?
Red carpet, folks, you all can kick in.
That was awesome, Chanel.
Thank you.
Oh, this is my first time hearing you speak. Oh, it was just a wonderful presentation.
Oh, wow.
I was so busy taking notes over here. Coach said, it's quiet. Y'all quiet. I said, yeah, we're taking notes.
Oh, that's awesome.
Quiet.
That's awesome. Well, if there's no questions, I'm going to turn it over to the red carpet team. Dr. Nikki, Miss Ola, take it away.
Hey, everybody. Hello, Miss Ola. Good evening.
Good evening, Dr.
Well,
Nikki. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing wonderful. I am so enjoying tonight. I missed the earlier this week, so tonight is my first night, and I am so glad that I came on because it's just okay. I'm echoing. I don't know why I'm echoing.
I don't know, it's been so much information. My head's just like feel like it's just huge.
You know, yes, it's so much information, and just like Chanel said, I mean, I was just writing things down, and I could just resonate with so much that she said as far as finding your purpose. So many people, we're working in somebody else's purpose, and we don't realize that the things that we go through in life and our natural born gifts, we all have a natural born gift. We all have a natural born gift that can help someone else. And so just digging deep into ourselves and finding that and going for it and stop trying to be perfectionists. There's only one person that walked this earth that was perfect.
It's true.
That I know of. So exactly. And so when we think about that, that's what I think about when I try to be perfect. And many times we fail to launch. We fail to do some of the things that we want to do because we're trying to be so perfect, and nobody. So stop it. Nobody is perfect. And Chanel she broke it down.
I've never met anybody walking this earth that's perfect. No. But God gave us all a purpose. We just have to figure out what it is and how it's going to help us. And, like she said, your purpose is foolproof, it's profitable, it's worth it, and it's your birthright.
Yes, and it's your destiny.
Yeah.
I mean, she said some powerful things tonight. I don't know if there's going to be a replay for people who signed up, but if there is, definitely This is one that you have to
If they
watch
buy their
again.
chickens, Dr. Nikki, they go get the replay.
Okay, so you heard that. You will get the replay to this if you purchase your tickets at is that what bit.ly
www.blackgirlprofits.com.
I'm sorry.
And the coupon code is SAVE10.
SAVE10 is a coupon code. This is a must. I mean, this you know how it's just something inside you, just, you know, I'm all like this. I'm like, okay.
You wish you had a recorder in your brain where you can record every word.
Yes, but you know, that's the wonderful thing about replays. You can go in and watch these replays as often as you need to, so it can really sink in. Because Coach, I mean, her platform and the panelists that she had speaking, I know a lot of the women, they're just, I haven't met them personally or in person, but they're just all awesome. So, I mean, you will definitely walk away with information that will help you get to your next level. And Coach, tonight, the presentation that you gave, I was having flashbacks of when I was a child and listening to my grandfather and my grandmother and some of my great aunties tell me, always set money aside. Now, back in the day, they would put money under their mattresses. They will put money in the ceiling, you know, those ceilings where they had the little squares you could lift up, and that's where they would hide money. I mean,
cans.
Or cans, yes. Yeah. And they didn't even make as much as we are able to make nowadays, but they always had money. They always had money somewhere for a rainy day. And in today's time, many of us, like Coach said, don't even have $400 set aside for a rainy day. So that, I mean, yeah, I hope you all are enjoying this.
I know I am. I'm like Sinedra. I'm one of those people that just carry plastic, don't usually keep cash on me that much, but I am now. I just learned I need to keep some cash on me. And I guess
yes.
One thing y'all are gonna learn is always, my grandma used to always say, there's nothing new under the sun. What you gonna understand is what's old is new again. Yeah. If you sit and watch fashion trends, everything from bell bottoms to corduroys to the dresses go from long to short, and it's tie-dye. It's just a revolution. So everything is gonna go back to cash, and you better be ready when it does. And don't let it be something like COVID where you get caught unexpected. If you know things happen, then you need to be ready.
Exactly.
And one of the things we need to be ready with is our taxes. We need to stop waiting until April 15th, January 1st, to figure out what our tax situation is. People think getting a tax refund is a good thing. It's not. It means you have let the government hold your money for a year. So I'm going to go ahead and turn over to my tax professional, Pam Banks, Red Carpet, we out. And can y'all give Pam access to share her screen?
I gave it.
Okay. Okay. Can y'all see my screen yet?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Chanel, before we do anything, I really want you to know how you have really helped a lot of us with some things that you said on this presentation tonight. Sometimes we tend to look at other people, and when we do, we don't do what we're called to do. I want to thank Danielle, my friend, my coach, my mentor. Some of you may have just started following her. I've been following her for years and just didn't do the thing that she told me to do.
because I was just too busy supposedly making money and not putting things into place. And what happened was once I had to go through a cancer battle, I realized the things that she had told me to put in place way back when would have helped me during that time. It would have kept me making money and doing things that I should have done. So with that being said, I'm Pamela Banks, your wealth planning expert. I'm down to earth. So I talk realistic and I talk money. My whole thing is if it's not making money, it's not making sense. So if you're not talking about money, how to keep your money, how to put more money in your pocket, it's not making sense to me. So with that being said, I come from a background, I'm a country girl, born in Jennings, Louisiana, raised in a little small town, Rocheron, Texas. I started doing tax at 15 years of age. I started doing tax just for a hobby, just for something to do. And it became a business for me. I realized how much I love numbers. And that's where my knowledge comes from. As Coach was saying on the lives previously, you have to have someone that knows what they're doing and know how to help you get richer and keep more money in your pocket like the rich do. I'm not going to keep you guys on here long. I'm just going to run through some things. And if you have any questions at the end, let me know. Coach was talking about how the rich get richer. Well, the way that the rich gets richer is they make deductions count. So what do I mean when I say to make deductions count? You don't wait until January or February or March to start doing deductions. Some of you got small businesses, so now you should start working on your last minute 199 tax reductions, which you may not have thought about. Now's the time to start deciding am I doing what needs to be done? Have I bought everything I need to buy? Because as a small business owner, you can claim the deductions in the time that you did it. So therefore, if you know you're going to need some things for your business for next year, now it's time to go ahead and buy those things now because it's a deduction for your business in 2020. So your 2020 tax is going to affect what you do right now. When we talk about having a knowledgeable tax professional, you need someone that is not doing tax based on what they learned in 1970, what they learned in 90, what they learned in 2015, what they learned in 2017. Taxes change every day, all day. I'm in training class at least 4 or 5 times a week to make sure that I have the knowledge that is needed for my clients. Not just having someone in the door and doing what we call data entry. Anybody can go in and plug some numbers in, but how does it benefit you? When you sit down with your tax person, do they give you any ideas, any suggestions on how you can keep more of your money in your pocket? Do they tell you what you need to be doing as a small business owner? You walk in the door and they say, oh, you owe the IRS $27,000. Do they tell you how not to do that? Do they tell you where you're messing up at, what you're doing wrong? As a small business owner, I know some of you out here have already started your small business. Now, if you got your small business, have you decided to hire your kids that are under 18? That's a tax deduction. Did you bring your child in? You know how we call our kids in the room because we can't figure out how to do something on the computer? And you say, come here, baby, come here. Come fix this right here. Come do this over here. So if you're doing that to them on a regular, why not put them on a W-2 and put them on a payroll? Because if you put them on a payroll and you pay them, now you have a tax deduction that's coming straight out of your home. Don't give them allowance, give them a job. If they're going passing out flyers for you, that's a job. Put them on a W-2. Give them income. You know, if they do up to $12,000, they don't have to file tax because that's less than a standard deduction for a single person. So why not hire your kids to work for you? Let's talk about reducing your tax liability. How do I do that? I reduce my tax liability by changing my business structure. Sometimes the business structure that you have is not correct. Someone told you to go get an LLC, but would they tell you pass the LLC? I'm a firm believer, the LLC, now what? So let's talk about that. When you start a business, What kind of business are you going to start? Who's your target audience? What do I want to get out of this business? Do I want to keep the full burden of my business on me? What I mean when I say that, I hear a lot of people say, oh, I got my LLC. But now that you have the LLC, now what? The LLC does not change your taxing strategy. And if you're a single member LLC, it still goes on your Schedule C. So how do I get from my Schedule C to my business being separate from me, that in times like we're in right now, my business recession proof that they don't come back and take everything that I have? Some of you've gotten these loans, and you've gotten the PPP, you got the EIDLs, and you didn't read the fine print that says that you are liable for all that money, which means they can come and take your personal assets. They can come and freeze your bank accounts for that money. So how do I recession proof that? That means you may need to change your strategy. Maybe you need to change the structure of your business. If you're making $50,000, $60,000, or $70,000, and that's on the low end in your sole proprietorship business, are you paying yourself? Do you pay yourself every week? See, that was one of the problems with some of the small business owners trying to get the PPP. When they asked you about an employee, you are an employee. But then when they ask you about the wages, you don't have a set wage that you pay yourself. So if you don't have a set wage paying yourself, then you're leaving money on the table. If you consider and put yourself as a W-2, now you can take the taxes out and you don't pay as much tax as you do if you're a sole proprietor. So we need to change our business structure in some cases. Another thing we have is don't try to earn under the table. I know. You go to some of these people that, again, that are not tax professionals, and they tell you, okay, don't put down all the income you make because you don't want to pay taxes on it. Well, no, if you recession-proof your business, you can pay taxes and pay less tax. You can be like Donald Trump and pay less taxes and still keep most of your money and not have to write off almost everything at the end of the year and put yourself in possible audit status. If you made $50,000 in your business and all of a sudden you wrote off $35,000, don't you think that may throw a flag? If you got a tax person that can't tell you the difference in whether or not you should be using standard mileage deduction or actual, don't you think that'll throw up a flag? If you're a small business owner, you paid out 1099s, don't you think it's going to throw up a flag if you don't keep accurate records? Those are things that you don't want to do. You want to buy a house, but you wrote off all your income. You come and you say, well, I made $230,000 for the year. Then when the person tells you bring your tax return in, you only showing that you made $20,000. Now you can't get the dream home that you've been looking at. Okay, let's talk about some opportunities to make extra money. Coaches told us this for years and years and years. We always need to figure out ways to make extra money. And that means that that's why the IRS is coming back now talking about gig workers, because people jumped up and started making this money and wasn't reporting it. So now the IRS is saying we need to come after these gig workers. What is a gig worker? Well, maybe you know how to do t-shirts. Maybe you know how to go run errands for someone. All those things will put extra money in your pocket. It is Christmas time. And I know that it's in December, but if you go to the stores in Walmart, you can't tell, because at Halloween, you saw Thanksgiving and Christmas stuff already in the stores and had you confused. So now is a great time to find out, who can I show how to set up their Zoom? Who can I show how to make their home office better? Because these things people are not prepared for. So if you got those kind of skills, you can make money doing just that. You can make money, as Coach always told you guys, doing an ebook. Anything that you know about, you can make money doing that. That puts more money in your pocket. And therefore, as a result, you're in a better taxing position. If you're working a regular job, so some of us, they have a regular job and they have their small business. Well, the way to put more money in your pocket with that situation is that you increase the amount of money that you haven't taken out of your regular money so that it offsets the self-employment tax on your small business. That will help you get to the place and put more money in your pocket. As Coach was saying, a lot of people think that, oh, I'm getting a refund back. That refund means that you let Uncle Sam held your money, spent your money, and used your money. So you may need to go in, now that it's toward the end of the year, how do I put more money in my pocket? I go and check my W-4. I need to see where I am and where I need to be. It's almost at the end of the year. You only have less than 45 days to change your federal withholdings. Go ahead and do that. If you've been off part year and you've started your self-employment business halfway through the year, go back and see where you are and where you need to be. If you got some of the unemployment money, you pull some of your 401k money out. You know, during COVID, you could pull some of your money out and you would avoid the 10% penalty if you were 59 and a half or younger. So now you don't have the 10% penalty. They also waived the 20% federal that you had to pay. So let's do some extra money out there so we can put money aside and keep money in our pocket outside of what's on paper. Let's talk about the real multiple streams of income. You know, we talk about multiple streams of income. You need to have more than one stream of income, and code has taught you that. If all that you had was your regular 9 to 5, 8 to 5, 9 to 6, 10 to 9, now you see that those people are now trying to figure out, how do I keep my home? How do I keep my car note? Because once the IRS and once the SBA and the government lifted the relief, people were back at the place of, now I can go after them for their car payments. I can go after them for their mortgage payment that I had to do modifications on, those type of things. So where are you? Where do you find yourself at in the scheme of all that? You need to have multiple streams. And that doesn't mean 4 or 5 jobs. It's just different places and different things that you do to bring in income. Your book sales, again, the ebooks, like Coach talks about, doing your webinars, doing your groups and having them signed up so they can do paid registrations to your groups and to join your groups. Those things are multiple streams of income. Anything that you know how to do that someone doesn't know how to do, that is another stream of income. If you like to talk, running your mouth is a good way, another stream of income. So make it work for you. Now let's talk about starting a business. First of all, you have to add up the cost. Why do I want to start a business? Is it because someone said I need to start a business? Or do I want to start my business so I have more freedom, more time with my family, more time to travel, make the decisions on what's being done in my business? You know, you go to corporate America, and a lot of times they say things that you don't agree with. But at the end of the day, you cannot tell them how to run their business. You have to do it the way that they say do it. Starting your own business lets you decide how much money you put in your pocket. Starting your own business gives you the freedom and the flexibility as to when you go to work and how you go to work. Starting your own business, you determine how much money you make that month. If you satisfied with $20,000 for May and you don't want to do anything else in June, you decide that. You decide when you go on vacation. Those things you make the decision for, not someone else. Okay? And then I'm going to regress for a minute. Coach had mentioned earlier about planning for your kids to go to school, those type of things. Let's talk about that. Have you heard about the 529 plan? Do you know what the 529 plan is? Some of you may not. That's another way of taking the burden off of you and putting money aside, because it's tax-free money that you have to be able to send your kids to school so that they do not end up with all the student loan debt. And when they try to purchase a house, they can't qualify for the dollar amount of house they want to purchase because they're maxed out with $100,000 student loans. And now it affects their DTI, their debt to income ratio. So we've been hearing on the news what we need to be doing for the end of the year. Let's start and talk about Trump. A lot of people saying, well, Trump only paid $750 in federal income taxes in 17. Well, the way that Trump did it was Trump had wages, he had taxable income, he had ordinary dividends, and he had losses. So if you're putting all those things into place, you pay less money on investments than you do on anything else. He had capital gains of over 7 million, but he had business loss over 15 million. Let's talk about that. So again, the way that we do as Trump did is knowing what deductions that you can legally take and which ones you can't. And the only way you do that is have a tax professional that knows how to get you the right deductions. Having the right tax professional shows you how to structure your business, teach you how to hire family members. Did they tell you about how you can save money by giving money to family and friends? Did you know that there's an annual gift tax exclusion of up to $15,000 a year that you can gift to one single person? So if you had 5 or 6 people that you want to gift $15,000 to, do you realize that's tax exempt? You don't have to pay tax on that $15,000 that you've just given. So if you have several kids, so you have 4 or 5 kids, and you get each one of them $15,000. Then you had a sister, then you had a brother, and you gave all them $15,000 each. The annual is 15 per person. So now you put in more money back into your family's pocket. When we were talking last night about how to plan for your family, that is a way to plan for your family. Give them the money instead of giving the money into taxes. Then we talked about buying a home. When you're thinking about buying a home, the interest rates are very low. So you need to decide on, is now the right time to purchase a home? And how I'm going to purchase a home. I heard Coach talking earlier, and it's a true fact. You have to decide, do I want to lease a car or buy a car? I heard the young lady say that she leased a car because she knows that after 3 years it's going to go down. So those things you need to consider when you decide, do I want to purchase or do I want to lease? Now, when it references to your taxes, if you have not kept accurate records in your small business, you're not going to be able to qualify for the car that you want to qualify for when you go to the dealership. Because if you say, oh, I'm self-employed, the first thing they're going to ask you is, can you provide us with the last 3 months bank statement? And can you provide us with the tax return? The bank statements may show it, the tax return do not. So now they're going to say, well, based on your tax return, you don't qualify for that car you want over here. As Chanel said, we might need to go and get this hoopty over here. You can't go to the new side. You need to go over here to the used side. And we want you to look at this under $10,000 vehicle that we're going to put you in for 5 or 7 years because you didn't do it correctly. Some of you say, well, I don't want to start a regular business. I want to start a nonprofit. Okay. In starting your nonprofit, you still got to know how to be able to start the nonprofit and you be paid through the nonprofit as well. You need to find out, do I want paid board members or volunteers? So you need to know how to start your nonprofit. You need to know what a nonprofit business is and what it is not. You need to know the tax advantages of a profit or a nonprofit business. And you can only get that by having the proper tax professional in place that knows how to help you set the books up correctly. I tell people, because you can bake the cake, don't mean you need to handle the books. You need to give those things to someone else. And with that being said, that's why you need a coach. A coach will tell you what play is better for you. You may have wanted to start a nonprofit, but the coach is telling you, well, let's go ahead and start the for-profit first. Get it going, and then you can turn around and start your nonprofit instead of trying to sit here and figure out, how do I get government money? How do I get grant money for my nonprofit? You can turn around and start the for-profit. And then when they see you putting some of your money in, as we say, skin in the game, they're more apt to invest in you because you put something into it. So again, you need to know whether or not you want to start your business. And now is the best time to start the business at the end of the year, because all those startup expenses, you can write them off on your 2020 taxes. You can do your depreciations, all those type of things on your 2020. There's a lot of changes that are still taking place even as of now. And we haven't got to December as to what you need to be doing. You know, we have the 199 Section 8. You need a tax professional that knows how to get you in that place and get those things taken care of. If you are a small business owner, you have an LLC. How do I change my structure? What do I need to do? How do I take myself out of the equation so that I'm working for the business and the business is not working for me? Or how do I take myself out of the equation that if something happens, I'll recession-proof my business and my personal stuff so that they don't come back to get my car. They don't come back and take my home. Or you max out your credit cards for your business instead of putting yourself in a place that you can get the cards up under your business. When you go into the car lot trying to figure out how do I get a car for me, why not go to the car lot and get up under a fleet up under your business? And then it has nothing to do with you, but you're driving around the company car. Just like they have company car in corporate America, you can have a company car up under your business as well, but you got to know how to do it. And you can't do it if you don't have the right taxing person and tax professional. Now, let's talk about starting your own tax business. One thing I learned is that taxes is essential. The taxing business is essential. Because guess what? Almost everything that had to be done, whether you were doing the PPP, the EIDL, they wanted your taxes. If your taxes wasn't done, some of you couldn't get the money that you need to get. In order to be able to get some of that money forgiven in 2020, you're going to have those things in place. So if you want to start your own tax business, work from home, set your own schedule, that's a good place to start. Let's talk about that. You can do a tax business as a virtual business. You can do it as a brick and mortar business. You can do it as both. And I know they're saying, well, with the COVID, you know, people don't want to come out, but that's not the full case, because some people are still at that place where I want that personal touch. I want to still be able to go in and sit down with my tax person and lay my paperwork out. Some people in this day and time still don't know how to scan and fax. Some of them still know how to use their cell phones to fax and scan because they are not tech savvy. Again, I thank Coach, because way back before all these things were even taking place, the first thing Coach kept telling us, get a visual presence, get out on social media. When you start a tax business, social media will sell itself. You get out and you just talk about certain tax things and give them tax tips, start your own business. It's up to you how much money you make in your tax business. Do you realize that right now, on an average, you can charge at least $220 for a tax return? That's an individual, before we even get to the business side of it. So do the math. If you can charge $200 for a tax return, that's not a business, and you can do, say, 5 people a day, do the math. And you didn't have to leave home. They uploaded it. You sat in front of your computer. You scheduled a Zoom meeting like we're doing now. You did their tax in the comfort of your home. Starting a tax business allows you to work part-time and make full-time money. You can make $50,000, $60,000, even $100,000 in a short period of time and be able to enjoy the rest of the year if you so choose. When I first started off in business, doing the tax business, my first tax return, I will never forget, it was $1,825. Yes, $1,825. My first one. The lady had a travel business and she was doing coaching, and she had a salon where she was doing hair. And so again, I said, okay, $1,825. It wasn't a question to her. She went out and got it. Those that are in this group, Think about it. If most of these people in this group are small business owners, you're going to be charging way more than 220, 250, 700, $800. How many people do you know in your circle that have their own business? So you may want a niche market. You may want to cater to only those that have small businesses so that you have residual because you can do the bookkeeping, the payroll. So starting your own business, do you want to be just a tax professional? Do you want to own a business, a tax business, and not work the business? That's possible. Do you want a business up under your own name, or do you want to come up under and be a part of a franchise, one that's already started? Those type of things that I can help you with. Again, I started my tax business at 15 years of age. I was able to take care of my kids, pay for my schooling. I was married at a young age. I got married at 15, had my first baby at 16. The income that I made doing taxes was made more than the 205 an hour that I was being paid to go to a nursing home and lift heavy patients when I wasn't even a good $1.05. So you need to figure out what's best for you. What kind of business do I want that I'm going to be essential? How do I start my tax business? We know that at the end of the year, and right now they're talking about shutting the government down again. So that may delay you in getting the things you need to get your tax business started. So why not schedule a call with me to find out how you can get a leap ahead of, and as we call it, a fresh start, and get ahead of the game without having to go through all the legwork. I have over 40 years experience in what I do. I love training people, so you will get training instead of, and I'm not knocking some of the major brands, but you have some of the big players out there that tell you that they'll help you to start your tax business, but you don't even know the difference between a deduction and an exemption. You don't even know the filing statuses. But when you sign on with me and you partner with me, then I teach you along the way. We have weekly meetings, you have monthly meetings, all the things that you need, the marketing, everything that you need from ground up to get started. So that's in a nutshell. I know it's late, so I don't want to keep you guys long. So again, if you want to schedule a call with me, you want to find out how to get back taxes done, because you're still owing back taxes, you haven't gotten those taxes done, and that's affecting you starting your business. Yes, it means nothing to go and have coach to tell you all these things to do to get your business where it needs to be, and your tax is still not in order. So all things she's telling you, you have to put that on the back shelf, and you can't even do it because you haven't taken care of your tax business. If you don't take care of your tax business, then you can't go out and get funding. So you're sitting here bursting with all this stuff, and coach is giving you all this your wonderful information and telling you how to go out and get started. And some of you at home are trembling because you're saying, oh, I'm taking all this coaching, but I still don't have my taxes done. I'm taking all this coaching and I got IRS debt out there. So you need a tax professional to help you resolve the IRS debt. Maybe you don't owe as much as you say you need to owe. Maybe you can put in uncollectible status. Maybe you can lift the levy. So all those things are things that you need to put in place because you're getting all the coaching. And how do you move forward? 2020 has taught you one thing. You need to have vision. You need to plan the work and work the plan. If you don't do it now, when do you do it? Because there are things that are coming down the pipeline still, tax-wise, that we can't even talk about even now, that they're going to be putting things into place. So it's in your best interest to get with a coach that's going to teach you what you need to be doing next. Coach was way past her years before all this even came. I don't even think she fully understood the impact of what she was teaching us. And it was us that did not take advantage of that. Because look at it, when they started talking about all this working from home, you couldn't even hardly find a green screen. You couldn't find a webcam. You couldn't do any of that. But those of us that were in coaching that got all these things previously, we were in the right place to be able to do those things. So you guys, if you want to reach out to me, you can do so by going to bit.ly/. Banks, BANKS, CONSULT. That's bit.ly/Banks Consult. So I'll take any questions. And if you're part of our tribe and you listen to me now, you can schedule an appointment with me at bit.ly/Banks Consult. And any services that you need from our office, if you're part of the tribe, you will have a special discounted rate on any services that you need to have done. So if you need to have your business formed, you will be it will be at a reduced rate. If you need to have back taxes done, it will be at a reduced rate. Um, just before we go into the questions, you guys have heard that there are tax advantages that are taking place now. If you need to have your 2018 and 17 reviewed to see if you need to be able to do some carryover, carry back, or carry forward to reduce your tax liability due to COVID, then again, bit.ly/Banks Consult. So, Coach, I want to thank you so much. You guys, y'all got any questions? I will hang around for any questions that y'all may have. Thank y'all for listening to me this late at night. It's 11:03. I know I've given you a lot of information. I know you have a lot of questions. So feel free to reach out to me even after we go off for any question that you all might have.
Thank you, Pam. Like I said, I think you gave us the balance of what we needed, because you can't earn all this money and not protect it from liens and levies, and you definitely don't want to turn around and pay it all back. So bit.ly/Banks Consult. And just one more thing, all tax preparers are not created equal. Just because you know somebody don't mean they good at taxes. Just because you've been with somebody for a long time doesn't mean they're good at taxes.
And because they got you refunds don't mean they're good in taxes.
Whole different story over here.
You know, they've gotten them and they said, okay, I've had people come in and they're in tax trouble because they went to a preparer, and when they walked in the door, the preparer said, how much do you want to owe? And they said nothing. And so the tax preparer did their stuff, so they did not owe until the nice little letters came in the mail that says now that you owe. You see?
Right, you're absolutely right, Pamela. I have had issues as a business owner in the past with not knowing just exactly what you said, and just even making sure the preparer signs it properly. And you go over. I ended up owing more money one time. I paid a accountant or paid a tax preparer to do my taxes, and so when I went over it, I said, "Oh wait, okay, this isn't right." And so she told me that I had to send in the information in myself because she wasn't going to add it to it. And the IRS sent me a letter some months later stating that I owed like additional $500 because she actually did not prepare my taxes right. And I paid her and ended up having to pay the IRS more money because of that. So you are absolutely right.
And not only, Dr. Nikki, you have the penalties and interest that includes on what they have done wrong. So you need a tax professional when you get that little letter in the mail, that they will stand behind what they've told you to do. You see? So as a small business owner, you need to make sure that you're keeping all the money that you're making, you're paying the least amount of tax as possible according to the IRS guidelines.
Right.
Something that I
definitely important.
Found out with some people, like when they have small business, they don't really set them up like they should be set up. So a lot of times that's why they get in trouble with their taxes too, because they just jump in there and say, I have a small business, and just don't file their taxes right. And they're thinking because they have a business, they're gonna have all these tax breaks and all this, but they don't know what they're doing. So a lot of them will try to prepare their own, like you said, know somebody to do them and have them do them, and they still wind up in trouble with IRS. So that's a good point that you made, that getting a professional to help you set the business up.
Well, even now, Miss Ola, you know, a lot of these people jumped out and got this COVID money and said they had a business. 3 to 5 years down the road, they're going to prove they had that business. So they may have filed up under their social and did not show they had a business. There's a difference in a business and a hobby. And the key is record keeping, documentation, and having a tax professional that you can go to and maybe let them do your books by the quarter. Maybe let them do your books by the month. Let them take that off your plate, that you're doing all things that you need to be doing to make sure your business runs smoothly. Because you don't need the added responsibility of trying to grow your business and worrying about the books, because that's not your expertise.
It's definitely, guys, one of the best investments you can ever make. So thank you, Pam. We appreciate you guys. bit.ly/banks and so. Or like I said, if you need her information, I can definitely get it to you. Red carpet, we're gonna keep the party going.
Yeah, Miss Ava White is up next.
Coming up. I think Miss Ava's next, right?
Yes,
yep, she's already
Miss
in the
Ava
room.
White.
Ava, you here?
All right, she's in the room.
Okay, I hope you all are enjoying this summit or retreat. Ava, there?
Are you ready, Miss Ava?
Okay, while we're waiting for Miss Ava, I do have a question for Pamela if she's still on. So for the viewers, would you recommend, if you're starting or before you start your business, or if you're looking into starting a business, would you recommend that they get an accountant first, as well as a tax person, have all of those things lined up before they start their business?
When you're going to start a business, it's best to get with a tax professional so you'll know what type of business structure is best for you, so that you're not starting the wrong type of structure.
Exactly.
And you'll know what you wanted to do. If you wanted to separate you from the business, then you need a tax professional that can tell you this is the one that's best for you. I can bet you that there's people on this live right now that have an LLC, but it's still going on their Schedule C, their tax return, and they're not separate, because the people that did not tell them how to do that.
That is a good point, Pamela, because a lot of people think just jump in there and they usually tell them to start their business doing LLC, and they don't realize what that means. They just say because somebody told them they need to have an LLC.
Right.
Because the LLC does not change your tax strategy and how you file. So you need a tax person that can tell you how you need to do it once you've got the LLC and how to move to the next place.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, Miss Ava, are you there?
Let's see her. She's in the room.
Yeah, she's in there.
Because she's not responding either in the room or on Messenger.
So while we're doing that, I want to share something that I've learned from Coach. Down through the years, I have always did a lot of free stuff, not realizing that's what I was doing. So at the end of last year, 2019, I started putting some things into place that Coach had told me. And I literally made $64,000 more this year than I made last year by not giving out a lot of free stuff. So if you take what she tells you and put it into place, it will work for you. You bring value to the table. Your knowledge is valuable. So do not give it away and then you go to someone else and pay for it.
Great advice.
That is true. I think Dr. Cynthia's in the room. We hadn't gotten to Ava, so
I just moved Dr. Cynthia in the room.
okay.
Dr. Cynthia,
right.
you ready?
Okay. Can they hear us?
It wasn't just normal people like you and me. It was people that had power.
Dr. Cynthia, you ready?
I'm here. I'm trying to bring my camera on.
Okay.
We're having a rainstorm right now, so I'm having a little
Okay.
technical difficulties.
All right.
You might want them from a clarity perspective and bandwidth. Leave your camera off and put your presentation on. Can somebody give her host controls for me?
I did.
Make your holidays happen at Ross. You don't have to spend a lot to give a lot to the ones.
And if you want to move Miss Pam back to the audience, Rose, you ain't got so many people on your screen.
I am.
Thank you.
Okay, so while we're waiting for
Trying to
Miss
share my screen.
Dr. Cynthia, okay, she's sharing her screen. I hope you all are enjoying this retreat. I know I am. Lots of really good information.
Yeah, yes, I am as well. And the tax information was definitely something that we need, especially if we have our own businesses. You know, there's a lot of nuggets.
Oh, yes. Okay, Dr.
see Dr.
Cynthia is
Cynthia.
ready. Good evening. Okay, so
evening.
Dr. Cynthia, good evening. Good evening. So you're here, you're going to talk about recession proof your finances by
Absolutely.
bouncing back. Okay,
ma'am.
well,
Thank you for having me.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. Can you guys see my screen now?
On average.
We see you.
You see me. Oh,
can't see your
that's the
screen
thing.
just yet.
So let me go back for a second. Let's see. It says that the host disabled the participation screen sharing. When I tried to share my screen,
Try now.
okay. Good evening,
Yeah, we can.
everybody. You got it? Okay, I am here tonight. Thank you so much for having me to talk about recession proofing your financial foundation. Okay, the storm doesn't want to let me be great.
That's why I said from a bandwidth perspective, you may want to stop
Turn the
sharing your
camera off.
picture.
Okay, let me turn it off. Let me see, Coach, because it was delayed.
We can see your screen now.
Yeah, I'm trying to turn the picture off. It's Coach suggested, but there's like a delay. So,
Okay, you should be good now.
okay. All righty, let's try that again. So recession proof has been the conversation for the last few days, and I want to talk about recession proofing your financial foundation. It just doesn't want to let me be great, but I'm gonna keep pushing. Okay, so this presentation is about the basic principles for building a strong financial foundation for women that need a fresh start. Sometimes people have experienced situations that have taken them completely rock bottom and they need a fresh start. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the myths in reviving our finances, some steps and solutions to help change the trajectory of the financial future for those that have found themselves in that place. Who is this for? This is for women that have had more month left over at the end of the money. There's still more month, there's still more to do, and the money just isn't there. Women that have been financially broke, which has caused them to be spiritually broken. And also women who have now made a decision that they deserve more than that. And lastly, this presentation is for someone who serves as a support system for a woman that's listed above in one of those situations, and you just want her to experience and achieve a stronger financial foundation when bouncing back from those broken situations. So why is this important? This is important because historically women have been underpaid, so we actually just start out with less money. We've been lied to, we've been told that we don't know how to manage money, when if you think about it, women actually have the bulk of the responsibility sometimes with managing money. We are expected to work miracles, even though we have less in our hands, because from certain perspectives, we're seen as resourceful. So we're supposed to be a miracle worker with less money. And we are robbed of our abilities to have control over our legacy wealth. So how do we help women? Well, women hire me to help meet them exactly where they are, without the shame or the blame of having to face those financial fears. I assist women to find and utilize various financial tools that can help them to bounce back on their journey from those financial setbacks. I help women to understand what's happened, but first we do really have to reflect on how they got there, sometimes why they stuck there, and how do they reset everything that's happened, move forward, and how do they rebuild to get to that ultimate place and that ultimate goal. And I'm consider myself qualified to have this conversation because many times that has been me. So who am I? I am Dr. Cynthia R. Armstead, and I am the founder and creator of Ready, Set, Rebuild. Today, I'm serving on Coach's platform as the Recession Proof Your Financial Foundation presenter. So what qualifies me to have this conversation? Well, I am a financial literacy educator. I'm an author and a speaker. I have over 35 years of experience in the debt elimination industry. So that's anything from bankruptcies to consolidations and things of those nature. Many times people find themselves in that place because they've hit rock bottom with their finances. I'm affectionately called the Debt Reset Doctor by some of my clients and my team. I'm a certified paralegal. I hold an MBA in business administration. I have an honorary doctorate degree as well in business administration. I am a proud member of the Reverend Dr. Danielle Winningham's Platinum membership. I'm a weekend co-host on the BYOB show, and proudly, I am voice actress number 9 on Coach's I'm Still Protesting poem. So I don't know if this is earth-shattering news to you or not, but there are some really big financial fears out there, and some things that have set people back. People are very fearful of always living paycheck to paycheck. Living in debt forever is a big fear because they just don't see how they're going to get out of it. Having bad credit and thinking I'll never be able to retire because I'm always going to be stuck. Last year, a Northwestern Mutual study revealed that 85% of US adults suffer from financial anxieties. In the 3-year period leading up to that, the study showed that 1/3 of Americans claimed that they were growing increasingly worried about money matters. Now, again, this was last year and the 3 years before. So as we all know, we've experienced COVID this year. And so I can only imagine what the studies are going to come out and what they're going to look like at the end of this year and moving forward. And we can't even begin to imagine the hardship the anxieties, the frustration, and the stress that this is going to cause for people. And trust and believe those industries that deal with bankruptcy, debt consolidation, and other things, they are going to just grow exponentially because people don't have any other alternatives. I don't know if this is earth-shattering news, so that's why I have question marks there, but simply stated, we're just not prepared for it. And I know we've talked over the last few days about preparation, and we all know how we've been prepared in this community with our coach here in regards to getting prepared for things. But at the beginning of 2020 in March, people were not prepared. So clearly these are serious issues. The good news, however, is that steps can be taken to avoid falling into some of those fatal places. So with getting out of debt, I always say that women struggle in various different areas. Sometimes they struggle with credit cards, student loan debt, medical debt, just trying to maintain the family and put food on the table, just to name a few, and the bills just seem endless and endless. You can chip away, you can try to pay off the small debt, snowball it into the small debt money that you've paid off, you snowball it and try to take it and pay a bigger debt, but more debt just continues to come. It seems non-ending. Simultaneously, while you're trying to end some debt, you're trying to avoid more debt, but you may find yourselves falling back into the pitfall, and you're just praying that you can break away from the vicious cycle. You're saying, where's the money gonna come from? I'm trying to cut corners. I'm trying to hustle and work on the side. I'm trying to take some of it and invest in future things, hopefully that's gonna make more money, and trying to pocket as much money as you can. And really, it just becomes a vicious cycle. And that's why so many people find themselves just hitting financial rock bottom, because they don't know what to do. But there is a way out of that. And trying to build a financial safety net can become key, especially if you've already hit that rock bottom place and you're like, what do I do next? There are some things that you need to think about. I'm very clear about the fact that it definitely starts as a mindset. In order for you to make your next successful move, it starts in the mind and the mindset of how you're going to deal with the fear of money, how you're going to move forward, what kind of things can you put in place so that you can bounce back from those adversities. So it just stands to reason that most working folks are limited. They feel like they have no wiggle room in their budgets, and they feel like they're suffering tremendously. And, what are they going to do if an emergency should arise? So, to some avail, they are tired of living the paycheck to paycheck lifestyle, and they need to establish some sort of short-term expenses for the emergencies. But again, there's just no breathing room. The goals again here, I've got it, should amass emergency savings. We hear it all the time, 3-6 months worth of living expenses. But sometimes people just are not there. The goal is to build a safety net. The honest to God truth is that what I've seen, though, especially for people that have had to go completely bankrupt, is once they remove that debt and the weight off of their shoulders, they have the ability to now actually open the doors to do so much more, because that extended debt is now gone. So it's like, okay, maybe I have a fresh new start. Maybe this is a new platform and I can just begin to build all over again. Some people don't realize that there are a lot of entities that will help people to begin to rebuild. So sometimes I say, let's start, we got to rebuild a lot of things. There are people out here and companies and agencies that will help people with the Rebuilder credit card, a Rebuilder bank account, Rebuilder financing things that you can do for vehicles as well as real estate. And definitely, whatever cash you now have, because you've eliminated debt via those other legal remedies, and now you have a little extra cash left, you can actually leverage that cash, and that makes a big difference. So let's see, let's do that. Okay. So how do we change things? I think I already said it. It's a mindset change first. Change your mindset and you can change your money. So with my company, what we do is we provide you with debt reset coaching, which includes rebuilding your budget plan. How do we rebuild your budget from scratch? Okay, sometimes people have lost their bank accounts. Literally, it's that serious. They no longer have a bank account. And who's going to give you another bank account if you got a horrible credit score and you have a lot? But sometimes you need a bank account to take care of certain business because not everybody accepts cash, although we can leverage it in certain ways. So there are entities that will give you a rebuilder credit card, that will give you a rebuilder bank account, that will help you with rebuilding a rainy day fund, will take the cash and we can use the cash to help you to leverage it as well to rebuild. So those are some of the things that I help people with and the resources that I give them. So in the essence of time, I'm just moving right along. And hopefully this rainstorm will hold out on me. But what I would say is if you are that person and you've just really hit rock bottom, you don't know where to start, you're saying your resources are very limited, you feel like no one will give you a new bank account, let you start a new bank account. You can't even get a credit card if you have an emergency situation. You can't even get an apartment because no one will give you a place to stay. If you've really hit rock bottom, there are remedies that we can offer to you to help you out of those circumstances. Hope is not lost. There's so much more that you can do, but you have to align yourself with the right people because honestly, when you're in that position, you just don't know what you don't know. So you have to go to someone who is a professional and an expert in that industry to help you along the way with no shame and no blame, just for you to get a fresh new start. So if this is for you and you know that it is, I'm going to say you should probably schedule a call with me if you haven't done so by now. And I call it a financial freedom call because in that financial freedom call, we're going to look at where you've been, how you got there, look at where you are now, and look at where you want to go in the future. And during that time and in that call, I give you what I call the financial fit kit. So if you go to bit.ly/financial fit kit, and you'll go to my website. If you scroll all the way down to the bottom, you'll see an opportunity to schedule a call with me. Let's get you on your way. Let's hit the button. Let's get you reset from that old debt. Take away the shame, the blame, all the guilt, and just get you a fresh start. And let's start now. And the truth is, and I always say this, that there's just 6 degrees of separation between your story and someone else's story. I'm so passionate about it because at one point in time, it was my story. So again, just reach out to me. And if this is not for you, but you know someone else who this is for, if you could please have them to reach out to me, I will be more than welcome and willing to assist them. Thank you everyone for your attendance tonight. Thank you for hanging in there with me during this storm. I just wanted to make sure I got things out there to you guys, have open little discussion. It's been my pleasure to serve you. Thank you, Coach, for allowing me to be on your platform. It is an honor. You've laid the foundation and hopefully I've done you well. Thank you for letting me be in this 2020 recession-proof conversation. Red carpet people, if you have any questions for me, I am all ready.
Thank you, Dr. Cynthia. That was a very good presentation. I like the Get Fit kit.
It's a process. It is a process, and it comes with a lot of shame, you know, for some people, you know, and they blame themselves, and some things it's just out of their control. But there are a lot of remedies and resources that can help you to just hit the reset button and start all over again. You never really know. I recently had a client that was literally living in a hotel, you know, and that's hard, you know, when you're trying to keep a smile on your face and stay positive and, you know, you're going home to, you know, if you want to call that your home temporarily a hotel. And she's like, how do I get out of this? So we worked on some remedies. I helped her. She's got a new bank account. She's got a new place where she's residing now. She's working on rebuilding her credit. And, that just comes along too with people and their dignity. I'm a firm believer in treating people how I want to be treated. And having been someone that's been through some of those scenarios, in the essence of time, I kind of went right through, but, and I know we've had this conversation in the community before about people that know what it's like. You get your paycheck on Friday, and on Monday, everything's gone. You're running back and forth to payday loan stores, and you run over here and get one, and then you use the money on that one to run over here and try to pay this one off. You calling the light bill company and saying, well, how much can I give you just to keep it on until the next time, and I can give you a little more. So it's a lot to maneuver. And it's a deep conversation. It's very emotional for people, very heart-wrenching. So everybody needs an opportunity to have some relief.
Yes, you hit on so many points that many of us have gone through. And I love what you said about it starts with the mindset. And that's what Coach teaches us all the time. It starts with your mind. And, when you change your mindset, you can then change your money, how you spend money, how you save money, just giving your money an assignment. You just look at money in a whole different light when you change your mindset. So thank you again, Dr. Cynthia. It was a great presentation.
Thank you so much. Coach gave so much good information tonight. I'm like, how do I even follow that? There was so much in her presentation that was a resolve to some of this as well. So I was just glad I could follow up behind her a little bit.
Yes, and thank you, Doctor. And just to know that there are people like you out there that are willing to help. And like you said, some people that are going through those struggles, they need somebody that's going to treat them with dignity, not make them feel bad because they're in that situation. And a lot of times that's why a lot of them are not getting help, is because they feel like they're going to be dogged, because they're in that situation. So, it's just a blessing that you're out there helping people get through those struggles that they have. So,
yes. Thank you, Ella. Well, thank you, ladies.
Just, and I'm like she said, it's just a mindset thing that, that you have to deal with, you have to get your mind right.
Absolutely. And I think some people live in fear because they think it's just them, but it's surely not them. And if we haven't learned anything else this year,
it's everybody.
Even people who thought that they were in a secure place, what a difference, a day makes, or a pandemic to knock you from that place. And
but thank God we have you to help us.
Yeah, it's been a journey. Yes. It's been a journey. And so that's why I'm so passionate about it, because I've seen so much of it over the last 35 years.
And then, you gave them so many options that they can choose, to take care of that situation. So, because everybody's situation is unique. So,
yes, it's a rebuilding process.
Yeah.
But there are entities and ways to rebuild on all of those levels, and even some that I didn't even touch on.
Yeah. Wow. And just to know, what you need to do, what's out there, because sometimes you have somebody going to somebody that's really not helping them, although they think they are, so it puts them in an even worse situation. So
and sometimes they don't know where to start first.
Yeah.
So you need a roadmap.
Yeah.
You need a roadmap.
Having somebody have that
phone call, because everyone's circumstance is different.
Yeah.
It's not a cookie cutter scenario for the response. It's not. It's individual.
Yeah, and just having that initial conversation with them, trying to see where they are at that point, and just what kind of help do they really need. So,
and I stress the reflection, because sometimes there are repeat situations because certain things have not changed, and you only know what you know.
Yeah. That's where that mindset thing comes in. You got to change your mindset, because like you said, they'll get out of one situation and look up there in another situation, falling back into that same situation, and they just ain't changed that mindset on how to deal with it. So
that's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
And then just changing what they've done in the past. Just like you say, what you'll keep getting the same thing if you keep doing, over and over again. the same thing. So you may have to, you know, again, mindset, you will change. You know, what you were doing wasn't working or didn't work in the past, then you have to try something different. And so it's just good to know that there are services out there, because many people don't know about all the services that are available to them to help them get back on track. And I'm thankful for people such as yourself, because we just don't know. So they just kind of, you know, going over and over that same cycle over and over again.
They think there are no remedies, but there are remedies available.
Yeah.
And Dr. Cynthia, if you don't mind, would you give us your link again?
Yeah,
In
I was
case
going to say
missed it
that.
the first time.
It was bit.ly/financial fit kit.
Okay. All right.
So you should get a whole lot of calls.
Yeah, everybody has to start somewhere. You know, I always tease and say, you guys remember the commercial about the hair club for men? It's like, I'm not only the president, I'm a client too, you know. So some of those things have been my scenarios, you know. And so, you know, there are remedies. There are.
Yes.
There are remedies, but you've got to connect with the right people and get, as we say in this community, the correct counsel, wise counsel.
Right, wise counsel. And then the person, you have to be tired of being tired, sick and tired. You have to really be able, you know, just be at that place where you're ready to do what it takes to change your situation.
It can be very exhausting, you know.
Oh yeah.
Going through those kind of trials and tribulations can be very exhausting. That's why you see at one point in the presentation, and I just say it all the time, not only are you financially broke, but your spirit, you're spiritually broken.
Oh yeah.
So, you know, money isn't everything, but it is like air. You try living without it, you're not going to get very far.
Yeah.
So
and I've been in certain situations. Yes. But it's like Chanel Blackmore talked about, you know, putting prayer first and praying and finding your purpose, and that just doing that alone will help in so many different. It helps in so many different ways, and it will definitely help you get through those tough situations where your spirit is just broken. You know,
that's where a lot of that fear comes in, though, because with broken spirits and stuff, first thing you're doing, you're fearing. You know, you're in that situation, but you fear because you don't know, like you said, you don't know what to do, but you feel like you get down on yourself because, you know, why am I in this situation? You know, so now I'm afraid to say something, you know, seek help because they're gonna talk about me and that kind of thing. But you got to get over that.
It comes with
and get
so
the help
much
that
shame.
you need. Yeah.
There's so much shame behind this, because sometimes people will, you know, blame themselves. You know, and it's not necessarily
that's
in their control.
Yeah. And sometimes we have to realize that too, that we have to learn to forgive ourselves.
Yes.
First of all, and realize that some things are out of our control, but sometimes we go through trials and tribulations to make us stronger, because again, our trials and tribulations will in turn help someone else.
Absolutely.
So we just have to learn from those and just, you know, hold steadfast to that and just keep pushing, because there's always somebody going through something. I mean, we're all going through something, maybe different things, but we're all going through something, as Coach say, and she's right.
Yeah,
you know.
absolutely. I had a client one time, and hers was medical, and it was just so horrible, and the medical bills were so astronomical, and she was so concerned and so worried about being the shame of having to be alleviated of the debt. And I'm like, you know, ma'am, your health is the number one priority. You know, your health is number one priority, because you can't replace that. You know, debt will come, debt will go, it's going to do whatever it's going to do, but your health is the number one priority. And I was really, that's when I knew that this is a huge part of this is mindset, because she couldn't really wrap her mind around alleviating the debt to focus on her health. She was giving more energy to the debt than she was giving the positive vibes and energy to her health. So
yeah, and once you restore, if she had realized that, okay, if I can restore my health and get back on my feet and get healthy, then I will be able to take care of my finances.
absolutely.
So,
So at
wow.
that point, I was like, just let it go, get rid of it. Plenty of others have
Yes.
done it, trust me.
Yes, let go and let God, right?
That's true.
Let go.
But Miss Cynthia, we certainly appreciate you
Well, I thank you
stepping
for
in and
having me.
giving your
Yes.
presentation. You helped a lot of people out there. So just want to thank you
Yes.
for your time
Thank you so much. I
and
appreciate
your,
you.
and your
Yes, thank
information.
you.
We just truly thank you.
Let's see.
I think we don't have it. We're at the end.
We're at the
I think we're at
end.
the end. We
The speakers.
so Miss Cynthia, you just took us out of there. So yeah.
Oh, this
If
was
there's no
a
one else
great
coming in the room,
retreat. Is this
Yes,
it?
guys,
Just
you guys
close it
held it
it
out?
down.
has. We just want to
This
thank
was wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Nikki and Ola,
You're welcome.
for holding it down for us. This has concluded our ultimate wealth retreat. But again, we'll be back, guys. The next event coming up. So mark your calendars. It's coming up in a couple weeks. It will be the Pink Wall Street. Those of us who participated last time knows how fabulous and wonderful that was. And we had a lot of people reach out to us. So if you have a small business, you offer a product or service, when we start to advertise for that, you want to jump on it. Taking action is the number one thing that we need to work on. When an opportunity is presented to you, make sure you take full advantage of it. Okay. So again, the Pink Wall Street will be the next virtual event that we'll be putting out there. So make sure you join in and have a little fun and network and build your community along with our community. So again, thank you everyone for joining us and good
good
night.
night.
Good night.
Night.